never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Former President Trump pleaded not guilty to all 37 counts in relation to the federal allegations of mishandling classified documents.
Speaking outside the Miami courthouse, Trump's attorney Alina Habba said that this is an unprecedented situation.
What we are witnessing today is the blatant and unapologetic weaponization of the criminal justice system.
Not true, says White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre.
The president has been very, very clear. The Department of Justice is independent.
The indictment claims that Trump stored classified information at his Mar-a-Lago residence.
Correspondent John Schaefer. Trump's back in New Jersey for a rally after Tuesday's arraignment. An intelligence report shows the U.S. government buys and stores data on Americans with little oversight. The report from the Office of the Director of National Intelligence shows how federal intelligence agencies are using the availability of for-purchase data on Americans. Food prices are up as of last month after declining in the spring.
According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics Consumer Price Index, prices at the grocery store went up 0.1% from April to May. Menu items went up 0.5% in the same time. Grocery prices are nearly 6% more expensive than this time last year, and menu prices rose over 8% in the past year. I'm Lisa Taylor.
Amazon Web Services appear to be working again following a widespread outage Tuesday. The outage affected a number of internet services and websites that rely on AWS, including Delta Airlines, McDonald's, and Amazon Music. Video games like Fortnite and Dead by Daylight also dealt with issues. Olivia Rodrigo is releasing a brand new single titled Vampire. This is the Grammy Award-winning artist's first song since her 2021 breakout album, Sour. The brand new single will be released on June 30th. This is USA News.
With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, banking with Capital One is the easiest decision in the history of decisions. Even easier than choosing Slash to be in your band.
Next up for lead guitar. You're in.
Cool. Yep, even easier than that. With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, is it even a decision? That's banking reimagined. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One N.A. member FDIC.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Florida Senator Marco Rubio is sounding off on the federal charges against former President Trump.
So this is what we're going to be focused on while China is opening spy bases in Cuba, flipping places like Honduras, just in our own hemisphere, not to mention what they're doing all over the world.
Rubio said the charges against the former president are unlike anything we've seen before. 2 men are in custody in connection to a shooting in Denver last night that left 10 people injured.
There was a small group of individuals that chose to engage in some illegal behavior, and that went awry.
In a news conference on Tuesday, the city's police chief, Ron Thomas, called the shooting an unnecessary incident of gun violence that happened while thousands of people were peacefully celebrating the Denver Nuggets winning the NBA championship. However, authorities do not believe it had anything to do with the big game. A lawyer is arguing that the suspect in a deadly mass shooting in Annapolis, Maryland, should be released on bond because he suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder and needs treatment.
Charles Robert Smith is accused of killing 3 men on Sunday night during what's believed to be a dispute over parking in his neighborhood. His lawyer told a judge Smith is off his medication for PTSD related to military service, including a stint in Afghanistan. A judge ordered Smith held without bond, saying the crimes he's accused of committing are serious and violent. I'm Brian Shook.
I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we've really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, well, I don't mind if we do. Let's get her started. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Hi there. Hey, we doing all right today? Another day in the books, closing out a Tuesday, and we will work our way from coast to coast into a Wednesday already. Yeah, I know what you mean, hump day. Midweek coming on already as we turn the page on the calendar, 14th day of June. So there you go, some much needed rainfall. Passing through the secret bunker locations, really just drizzles about all we've got left. But there's a lot of rain that I think the farmers will be thanking the good Lord above. As I was driving through Indiana, heading up to Brown County over the weekend. Yeah, those fields that had been planted, acres and acres, they were looking mighty thirsty. So the heaviest rain is now in the Buckeye State. Lots of rain in Ohio. I mean, there's drizzle here in the southwest corner of the state, but a lot of rain from Toledo to Mansfield. I mean, really, go all the way over toward Altoona, Pennsylvania State College. From there, westward, all the way back into central Indiana. So lots of rain in the Ohio Valley region tonight. That's because our low-pressure system, I might need to apologize to the inbred redneck. I told him last evening his forecast should be great for Tuesday night, his Grateful Dead concert here in southwest Ohio. I had forgot that storm system that had passed through and it made its way to the east was going to actually stall out and begin moving backwards. In other words, from east to west, which it has done. It's kind of parked over the Great Lakes, and that's what the circulation around that low pressure is bringing all that rain to the Ohio Valley. Hopefully he had a enjoyable evening there. Grateful Dead in the rain, right? But he said he was in the pavilion, so that was a covered area. No problem. Elsewhere around the country, aside from lots of rain in the Ohio Valley, there are some severe storms playing out still at this hour. It's been about 2.5, 3 hours since we've seen any tornado warnings. These are individual cells, or what they call supercells. Yeah, producing 60-mile-per-hour straight-line winds, quarter-size hail. There's several clusters here, northern Louisiana, southern portions of Arkansas, back on over into the easternmost reaches of Texas. The cluster just to the east of Texarkana, that's producing severe weather there on the Arkansas side. And then north-central Louisiana. Yeah, you look from, say, it's like El Dorado in southern Arkansas. That zone between El Dorado and Monroe, Louisiana. Pretty strong cell pushing through that region. And they've been telling us rounds of severe weather, pummeling the central and southern states. A lot of hail, high winds, and even some tornadoes the past few days. And that's the pattern that's going to pretty much persist for the rest of the week. We can take a corridor from all the way from eastern Colorado all the way to the southeast coast that's going to remain active with some daily thunderstorms erupting. Now, the positioning of the storms each day really highly dependent on exactly where the previous day's storm set up. These areas that are seeing some of these strong storms at this hour, that tends to, once they move out, kind of stabilizes the atmosphere. And other areas will see storms erupting with the daytime heating, especially on the next day. Thunderstorms may cause some travel delays for air passengers. They already have on Tuesday in Dallas. Stormy weather could cause some additional flight disruptions at some of the major hubs as the week progresses. Some other places further to the east, like Atlanta. Here through midweek, the southeast is going to be the focus for severe weather rather than the plains state. Storms through midweek, capable of unloading large hail, heavy rain, damaging winds, and even spinning up an isolated tornado or two. So travel along stretches of Interstate 10, 20, 55, 65, 75, and even 95 could be difficult at times with those downpours reducing visibility. Looking ahead, Thursday and Thursday night, there's actually going to be two separate areas where severe weather could potentially erupt. One zone along the Gulf Coast, where Pensacola, Florida, would be in that zone for intense storms. Storms could even track toward the Atlantic coast, threatening the likes of Jacksonville, the Central Plains region, another area we're going to have to keep an eye on for damaging storms. Now, forecasters at AccuWeather said they're concerned about another risk from repeating downpours. One of the primary threats from repeated rounds over similar locations day after day is going to become the flooding concern. Portions of Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi could experience rounds of storms almost every day between now and into the weekend. Thus, in addition to the concerns of severe weather, the hail, the damaging winds, cities like Jackson, Mississippi, and Montgomery, Alabama could face some localized street and highway flooding as these storms dump some heavy rain. Then from Friday into early next week, there's the likelihood for additional rounds of severe thunderstorms from parts of the southern plains to the Gulf Coast region. Now, that's going to be along the edge of a building dome of heat centered over Texas. We'll discuss the heat in Texas. It's only mid-June, folks, and the Electric Reliability Council is already telling us, hey, it looks like the Texas power grid is going to be pushed to the brink in the coming days. Like I said, it's only mid-June. Are you kidding me already? Yeah, let's go green. Everybody get your electric cars. We'll delve more into that coming up here. Of course, plenty to cover when we get to our industry headlines. Of course, the mainstream media going wall-to-wall coverage of Donald Trump's arraignment this past day. Of course, there were no cameras allowed in the courtroom, so no video available of anything that transpired. We knew going in, Trump would plead not guilty, which he did. Proceedings wrapped up. He took the drive back to the airport. Of course, people in Miami, it wasn't a pleasant day to be out there on the highways. Lots of disruptions to travel there. But he made his way back to the airport, made his way back to New Jersey, and had a few words to say this past evening, as we expected. All right, it is 844-844-3388. I may have to jump over to my Facebook page because my stream dumped out on me. So a quick time out here. We'll get to your calls, of course. Cue Ball going to be checking in out of the box just ahead the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from the turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, FlexMat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the wide ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the wide ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. All righty, Brian checking it out of the box. Here on an early Wednesday or a late Tuesday evening for him in Oklahoma. Good evening, Overnight crew from Big Cabin, Oklahoma. Good to have you with us. Everybody stay safe on the roads tonight. Debbie checking in from Montana, where she's talking about thunderstorms, high winds, flooding throughout Montana. Right on through next week. Rubber Duck, hey, he said the rain finally quit in Mishawaka. I'll unload, get a nap, see what the Hoosier State has to offer, and off to West Virginia. Empty to get a load back home once again. All right, Dipsy Driver, what's happening? Morning, Steve, and the overnight best informed ladies and gentlemen. 54 cloudy here, Stockbridge, mid-Michigan. Special prayers for Marianne, who's going to be having surgery later today. All right, so a heads up there, everybody stay safe. Captain Ron checking in. Let's roll. Semper Fi. Steve, good morning. Steve and the overnight crew from the Kentley 95 in North Carolina, 68 degrees. Looking forward to an awesome show. Gilligan, good morning, fellow listeners. We've got a clear night at the airport in Roanoke at this hour, 57 degrees. Norman checks in from north central Kansas, where it's kind of an overcast evening. And we'll get some of the other listening folks coming up here as we make our way into a Wednesday morning. There's Matthew Mooney just popped in. Morning, Steve, and the overnight listeners tuning in. All right, promise we get the cue ball out of the box here, and there he is. What's going on, cue ball?
Good morning, Steve.
What's happening?
Yep. Oh, there we go. I was wondering where I went. I disappeared. I had my head somewhere else. I was busy today. So, doing pretty good today. So, I guess we want to talk about the little surprise that I had taken delivery of today.
Correct.
All righty. So, trying to figure out where to start. Just so you know, Craig, the other half of his deal, he's on hold too, so he's going to have... I figured it'd be best to let him explain kind of how it all started, so I'll cue it up while you find him if he's not on already. So, long story short, a lot of your listeners know, or maybe some don't, that probably about 2, 3, 4-ish years ago, I started a YouTube channel, and it started to gravitate towards my old truck. So I regularly drive and vlog with my YouTube channel in 1984 Peterbilt cab over. And it just took off. Everybody loved seeing me watch the videos that I do with this old truck. So it kind of became a thing. So as the channel grew and I grew and I learned how to try to be, just make more content on YouTube, so to speak, right? Started trying to look into other avenues. So then, of course, this year, my first year ever, decided, you know what, I'm going to come out to the Mid-America Trucking Show.
Mm-hmm.
And I finally met you. I mean, shoot, I've been talking to you for 20 years. I only met you once.
Right.
So that's just how it worked out. But I tell you what, the truck show put me in contact with a lot of great people. And I didn't know that was going to happen the way it did. So I got to talking to a few of these people, and I ran into talking to Craig, and I figured let him explain who he is and what he does, And then I'm assuming he's on now.
He's actually
and then,
he's
we're
not
trying
on,
to get
not on
into it.
board yet. He's not here, not there yet. He's supposed to be calling in. Is that where?
Yeah, he's supposed to be calling in. Oh no.
Craig, if you're listening, I hope you did. The phone number is 844-844-3388. A lot of times people think it's 800-844. It's 844-844-3388.
Oh, I texted it to him. So, but anyway, I guess I'll get a hold of him on break. But I'll go ahead and explain it. So, long story short, Craig, who's missing on the phone call right now for his dog, he is one of the guys for TFC Global. Now, people are like, who's TFC Global? Now, remember the old truck connection with me? How many guys remember, because I'm sitting here in North Bend, Washington right now at the PA, and there used to be a Ford CL9000 cab over sitting in front of the Transport for Christ TFC Global Mobile Chapel that's been here for, I'm going to guess, around 25, 26 years. The reason why I say it used to be there, because it's not in front of that trailer no more. It's on my trailer, and it's going to Wisconsin, because that truck is going to be made back into a running and operating truck again. Now, the next trip out here, I got to get the trailer out. That's going to be a whole nother video, and that's why I've been trying to be a little coy about this, is because I wanted the truck to be gone before I released it. That way, nothing could ever happen to it. So that's kind of the deal. But this truck has been very well preserved for the time that they were using it in front of the mobile chapel trailer. And I figured, you know what, it would be a very good, and this is the conversation we had at Mid-America Trucking Show. And I had said, hey, this would be a really good candidate to be put back on the road, because they actually took really good care of it while it sat here. Now, granted, it hasn't ran in a long, long time, but I think I can get that job done. And I figured, you know what, a lot of the drivers out there would recognize this truck. And I think it's kind of turned into where they've seen it, but it's kind of become a fixture. Well, I'm going to bring it back. I'm going to make sure that it gets back up and running and all of that. So, but now what Greg was going to explain, and we'll talk about it later, on the other side of the break, I suppose, when it gets through. Or did he get through yet?
Nope, not yet.
Okay. I'll probably have to get a hold of him over the break if you hold me over.
Yeah.
So long story short, TFC Global is the more modern name of what Transport for Christ was. That's those mobile chapels that they had throughout the truck stops. I don't remember how many that they have, but they're still there. But what they're trying to do is start moving their ministry inside the building rather than have it outside in these chapels. I think, times are changing the way that they've been doing, the way the truck stops have been doing business, the way drivers have been coming to them and whatnot. So the way I understand it is they're going to be bringing them inside. So they're not going away. The chapel, the trucks might be disappearing, and the one from North Bend, Washington certainly is disappearing, because tomorrow I'm putting Orwell in gear and I'm heading out of here. Orwell's the 84 Peterbilt. Get it, 1984 Orwell. So that's basically what this is all about. So today we did a very big job just to get, how do you get a truck moved that hasn't moved in almost 30 years, that won't run, won't start? So locally, I have friends of mine here, and they're another YouTube channel. It's Dominique, the Dump Truck Driver. And again, another vlog style YouTuber that has done really well. Dominique, she drives dump trucks here locally. She's a little north of Seattle. And it's also, her family gets involved with it too. Her husband, Bobby, has another Kenworth truck. I think it's a 77 Kenworth dump truck. And they have a mini excavator and equipment trailers and the like. So they came down here with their shop truck to help me take apart anything I needed with the truck. And they brought the excavator down as well, so now we have the muscle to move a truck that doesn't really want to move. It likes to stay stationary. So today, all day, we were messing around with that, filming and trying to get everything done, getting the truck loaded up and all of that. So it was a pretty good, interesting thing. So Dominique's first video came out today, and so far it's doing really good, where I asked her and Bobby to come down and measure the truck, measure the trailer, so I can start putting a battle plan together how I'm going to move this equipment. The truck is easy to move. The problem is the trailer. It's quite large. So how do you move a trailer on a trailer without being too tall or too long? That's kind of the thing. And even again, now with no motive power to it, the terrain over here where the truck sat is very difficult. You're not getting a truck hooked to this trailer. Let's just say gravity worked in our favor with getting the cab over forward down. But getting another truck up to hook up to it, that'd probably be a problem because it's muddy, it's wet, and it's pretty steep. So that ain't going to fly. It's just going to sink. So that's going to be the next video when I come down here again, is to get this trailer out of here. So that's basically, I'm going to tease everybody with that. So I know how I'm going to do it. I've figured out how I'm going to do it, how I'm going to make it get on the trailer and all of that fun stuff. And I think I know what I'm going to do with the trailer in its next stage of life, because it served here for about 25 years as a chapel. It's not, I'm obviously not going to, I mean, I can make the joke, but I'm not. It's not going to be a chapel any longer. I'm just trying to figure out exactly what I'm going to do. I think we know, but I kind of have to cover some bases on that.
Okay,
right?
Well, see if you can get a hold of Craig during the break here. And when we come back, you got to inform us about what's going on. There's a number of these trucks around the country, if I understand correctly. So, hold that thought. We return after this. News break time on the Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Former President Trump has pleaded not guilty to federal charges related to his handling of classified documents. He appeared at an arraignment hearing at a federal courthouse in Miami on Tuesday. Afterward, he stopped at a local cafe.
Are you ready? Food for everyone. Food for
Trump posed for pictures and was greeted by a supportive crowd. He's now back in New Jersey. Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, Republican, plans to delay the confirmation process for Justice Department nominees over the federal indictment of Donald Trump. In a statement on Tuesday, the Republican accused Attorney General Merrick Garland of using the agency to target President Biden's political opponents. Vance said he plans to hold up DOJ nominees on the Senate floor. As a result, the White House has stressed that the Justice Department is independent and Biden played no part in the indictment against Trump. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Heart failure, carpal tunnel syndrome, shortness of breath, stomach issues, lower back pain. How does it all add up? If you have heart failure and any of those unrelated symptoms sound familiar, it's time to talk with your cardiologist and get the full picture. It may add up to transthyretin amyloid cardiomyopathy. ATTR-CM is a rare and underdiagnosed disease. Recognize the signs and discuss them with your doctor soon. Learn more at connectwithyourheart.com. That's connectwithyourheart.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hi, I'm Ronnie Deutsch, and if you or your business owe money to the IRS, I've got great news for you. Tax laws have changed. Billions of dollars are earmarked for IRS Fresh Start programs, and if you qualify, you can literally save tens of thousands of dollars. Listen, I know what you're going through. Call me if you want to speak with a tax attorney or tax professional for free.
800-284-9275. That's 800-284-9275.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute, Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All righty, who we got checking in here? There's Rob on board in Maine, Lewiston, Maine. Foggy, 57, Lewiston, Maine. It's time to bring the good people of New England, their meat, produce, deliver those groceries. Hello, Shorty, I-77 northbound, the Virginia-West Virginia line. 53 degrees, we are Columbus bound. Pappy checks in, 61 on the far side of southwest Hamilton County, Ohio. Little drizzle. What else is in the air? UFOs, maybe. Hammer down and be safe. Are you with me? All right, Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Good morning, Steve. 65 degrees in Torrington, Wyoming tonight. We've got the powerful chrome-plated cow truck resting tonight. It's been a very long day of high speeds and dodging slow freight trucks. We'll move ahead tomorrow. All right, what do we got? Special shout-out to the Carolina Monkey Gouger tonight. Good afternoon, hammer down, says Larry. Good morning from Timothy. Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia, 68 degrees. Nice day today. Got a lot of errands run. Everybody have a great night. Be careful out there. All right, Eskimo Mom checking in. Happy Hump Day, or Tuesday for her. Got a two-stop Northern Kentucky pedal tonight. Waiting on a manager to finish closing up the store so I can get live unloaded. Head to my next stop. Got the rain kind of chasing me tonight. We're dry for now and 62 degrees. All right. Cue Ball is back on board. I'm not sure where Craig might be. Does he have a 763 area code? Do you know by chance there, Cue Ball?
This is Craig. I'm not. There you go. Steve, I called Craig on three-way. There's some kind of technical issue with the phone.
Yeah, because I saw somebody kept calling, but it was disconnecting. So, all right. So, Craig, welcome aboard.
Hey, man, thanks. Good to talk to you.
Yeah, what's happening out there? Yeah, Cue Ball was trying to break it on. So you're with TFC Global, right?
Correct. Yeah. Yeah, been there with them for 2 years. So I'm fairly new in the role, but the ministry's been around since 1951.
Okay. Yeah, and I'm very familiar with the ministry. Yes, indeed. So Cue Ball already kind of explained that what he's been doing throughout the day this past day, getting that truck. I guess he wanted you to explain. You've got a number of these trucks around the country. Break down what we're trying to do here.
All right. Yeah. So met Steve at Matt's and the Cab Over, connection, and I remember that we have a Cab Over out there in Washington, and so I contacted him about it. So what we're doing, we're changing the model, not the mission of anything that we're doing, but we're changing the model because the industry has changed so much, and all of our data was showing that there were very few people who were going to see a chaplain in any of these converted trailers, which were the chapels. So we're not stopping anything. We're just doing it differently. We're going to where the people are. We're going into trucking companies and having that be the primary place where we're going to be doing chaplaincy. We're still going to have a presence at truck stops, but it will be without a trailer there. And some truck stops required us to have a tractor connected, more cosmetic than anything. So people had donated tractors over the years to attach to the trailer. But we're at the point now where we're either getting rid of or selling or repurposing those things in order to get our chaplains to be a lot more mobile, and then go to multiple places, serve like an hour radius of where they live, versus being stationary. We have to be more active and go where people are.
Okay. So what are we going to do with all the other how many other trucks do you have out there around the country?
Well, there aren't that many anymore. We have, of course, the one in Washington that Steve's going to be taking care of there for us, but in California, in Illinois, South Dakota, South Carolina, Ohio, and Massachusetts. Those are the ones that are left.
Okay. And what's the plans for them?
And the plans for those so there are a few of them that they're really doing well. They've been well established. Like our guy in Illinois, he's been there for 30 years. Last summer was celebrating 30 years. The guy out in California, 22 years. And I mean, they're doing great. They're making a big impact in that truck stop, but also in the community. They're not limiting what they're doing to the truck stop anymore. So for those guys, those trailers are going to stay. But where we have, trailers, and we have not been able to have a chaplain for a while, we're going to be moving those either back to the base here in Pennsylvania, or we're going to be selling those, and we'll advertise them as like a tiny home, hunting cabin, mobile office, something like that.
Okay.
So either moving them back here or looking to sell them. With respect to the past, because there's a lot of labor of love and people donated a lot for those things, but they're just have shown that they're not the tool that we need them to be anymore.
Okay. So cue ball, you've got the task of I'm presuming you said this truck hasn't run in many, many years. So once you get it back to Wisconsin, what's that going to entail? I'm assuming all the rubber components are probably going to need replaced. Is that right?
Oh, at the absolute minimum. This particular truck, to be stored, you got to bear in mind this is in Washington State, right? Mm-hmm. So it was sitting on a dirt mound with grass, and it was graveled and whatnot. But it's not in an area where it can be allowed to leak or create a big problem if anybody were to either do anything to it or if it were to spring a leak. So it looks like the fuel tanks were both drilled to drain the fuel out of it, so it couldn't not only hold fuel but couldn't collect water and then drip out and then contaminate the ground and whatnot like that. So it's been stored. So there's a handful of things to it. I don't know if the engine, I didn't even make the attempt today, honestly. I didn't even make the attempt to see if the engine will even turn over, if it's seized, or if it literally can just be, put power to it, put some fresh fuel in it, and at least get it to run and move around to do what I need to do. But ultimately, yeah, it needs tires. Now, this particular unit is a single axle, single drive axle. So for me to actually put it on the road and do what I do, it's going to need to be converted over to a dual drive axle truck, which really isn't that big of a deal. It sounds crazy, but it's not that big of a deal. But the actual condition of the cab, the interior of the cab, it's immaculate. This is the first time I actually looked up inside this unit. This thing is nice. I mean, they took really good care of this thing over the time it sat here. So it's going to need it needs a double axle conversion to be able to do what I'm going to do with it as far as hauling freight with it. Obviously all the brake hoses, all the fuel lines, anything rubber for the most part. I got to go through the cab as far as like the lights and the horns on the cab, reseal them, make sure we're not leaking any water. Don't want to ruin the interior because thus far, it seems like it hasn't been. But, yeah, I mean, the engine might run, but to run reliably to do what I do with a truck, you want it to be reliable. So an engine that's sat for 27 years, it might run. If it runs, I don't know, but it might be able to run, but I wouldn't trust it. So at minimum, it's going to get a new engine, or this engine will be in-framed or pulled and rebuilt, either one. So it's going to be a long, drawn-out process to do with that truck what I already did with the Peterbilt that I'm hauling it with now, the 84 Peterbilt everybody knows and loves as Orwell.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a job.
Did you find a drive shaft?
No, the drive shaft is missing. We didn't find it, but we didn't really go crazy looking for it. But regardless, if I'm going to convert it to a double drive axle, I'm going to have to make a new drive shaft anyway.
All right.
So that certainly ain't going to be that's not going to be an issue there for sure. Now, Steve, you got to bear in mind the location here. I don't know if you've ever been out here or not. In North Bend, where the truck stop is, there really isn't much of anything around here. So like what Craig was saying, if you need to expand outward into the community beyond just a handful of truck drivers that might come to you, this isn't really a very good location. The truck stop is literally surrounded. I mean, it's beautiful. I'm looking out the window. Yeah. I'm not parked here now. I'm looking at I'm watching the clouds and the rain and the mountains on both sides. Snoqualmie Pass is just to the east of where I'm parked. So it's beautiful mountain ranges, but there just isn't really a big community in the area. So for this location to remain, it's really not the best location compared to whatever else, like he was explaining, to reach out into a community. You kind of need to have a community around it. This isn't that big of a truck stop, to be honest, which is kind of the problem with local truck stops. There aren't any. And the ones that are, they're not very big.
Right, yep.
So I did.
Go ahead.
No, sorry, I did forget though. So because I'm not the best promoter when it comes to my own stuff. Steve knows. He knows about the YouTube channel. I very rarely ever plug it on his channel. So my YouTube channel is FSC Trucking, Foxtrot Sierra Charlie Trucking. So it's initials FSC then Trucking. That's where you'll find me. The video we filmed today, and when we come back to get the trailer, that's going to involve Dominique, the dump truck driver. Again, that's just spell it out, Dominique, the dump truck driver. She spells it a little differently, but you'll find it. And it's a very, very interesting video. These are great people, great family people. They're definitely salt of the earth. So for sure, please just at least, hey, go watch Dominique's video, the one today. I mean, think about it. I had her drop her video before me because, well, they're helping me. So I wanted them to, help get their channel a little bit of boost. But so if you hear this and you watch the video, please let them know that, Steve Summers Overnight Drive, on your show, I've always called it a cue ball. Let her know that's where, we got a little more traffic.
So, and as far as TFC Global, like I said, I've heard of it, familiar. It's a ministry that's been around for many, many years. For those that may not be familiar, Craig, would you like to tell us what you're all about?
Yeah, we're a chaplaincy ministry to the trucking industry, and whether it's 18-wheelers or like anywhere there's a fleet of drivers, professional drivers, and so that's something that we're going to continue. Like our mission hasn't changed, but like I talked about, the method's going to change a little bit as far as being more marketplace, going into companies and doing that kind of stuff. And so I mean the method has changed over the years, where it started out with guys who were truck drivers. They just started talking to people and introducing themselves to drivers as they would stop for the night and that kind of stuff. And then that turned into actually being in trucking companies. There was also a method of, there were two full-size rigs that went around the country, usually a husband and wife. That would be their ministry. And they would stop at rest stops and truck stops and advertise in advance where they were going to be, and just open the doors to the chapel and invite people in and stay there for a day or two and then go around. But that became so cost prohibitive. But one of the truck stops out here in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, they were the first one to ask, can we get one of those trailers to be here all the time with a chaplain's presence all the time? Because when a chaplain is around, usually, the crime and the prostitution and the trafficking and the drugs and all that kind of stuff tends to find other places to go. And so they like that, whether they're faith-based or not, they prefer that. So then that led to having these chapels be all over the place. I think at one point there was 30 to 40 trailers, all over with chaplains, and all supported by people who gave to support that area and the chaplain who's going to be there. But just all the data and all the changes in the industry and what truck stops are doing for more convenience, bigger, better, but fast convenience to get in and out. And so that's just forced us to change things. The ministry can't stop if we're not dependent on a specific location. So that's why we're doing what we're doing to make the changes in order to continue on. And other ministries that have been doing chaplaincy to the trucking industry, we're just hearing from them that they have not been making any changes, and they're barely seeing anybody, because even before COVID, but especially as a result of COVID, people trust each other less. They're not going to go the extra mile to actually sit and talk with somebody unless it's super easy, super convenient. And so that's why we're doing what we're doing, to want to meet people where they're at, listen. That's one thing we hear constantly. They just want to be listened to. And so that's what we want to be able to do, meet people where they're at and give guidance and direction. And ultimately, of course, in our case, we're trying to point them, to Jesus. But it's a process, and we want to meet people with the needs that they have and the things that they talk about, and care for them, because that's just something that's not happening, in the world. So that's what we're doing, and we're going to continue on. We're adding new chaplains under the new model on a pretty regular basis. So we've got some pretty good momentum going in the new way of doing things. And it's with respect to the past, there's no question about it. But we just know things had to change. And so that's why we're doing it this way.
Hey, if folks would like to support TFC Global, where do they find out more about your organization?
Yeah, the absolute best thing would be through the main website. So TFC Global, T Tom, F Frank, C Cat Global.org.
Okay.
And that's the main website. And there would be, a link to give and to support. And yeah, we have, our giving units, because we're all support based, giving units are up. But with all the inflation and all the politics and stuff going on, giving is down, like most organizations that are faith based, donor based. And so, man, all the help that we can get to reach the people behind the wheel, that's just so important to me. Is we don't see rigs as obstacles. We see, the human element behind the wheel. That's a real person, and they need to be cared for and reached out to and loved. And so, yeah, tfcglobal.org, and there'd be information there and ways to give and support us. And, man, we sure would appreciate that in the world that we're living in. And darkness doesn't even try and hide anymore, and people are lonely and want to talk to people and get some help. So that's what we're there for.
Sure. Yeah.
Steve, if I could real quick,
yes.
You mentioned a little bit ago that these units were all donated units, right? Like the truck and trailers. These were donated by people to given to the chaplaincy.
Yeah.
Exactly.
The trailers were remodeled here in Pennsylvania. So a lot of labor went into those things. But yeah, they were donated trailers, remodeled here in Pennsylvania, and then delivered around the country. And then, tractors were donated as well, where we had to have a tractor there.
So one of the things I wanted to bring up was the fact that I felt that if for they have to change to a different model. Everybody understands that. It makes sense. But what do you do with the old equipment? Granted, it already had a second life cycle to it, right? As a road truck, trailer, and then it served as a chaplaincy for a bit. But why does it have to stop there, right? Why can't the mission continue in a slight different thing? My vision with this truck was, okay, I want everybody to know where it came from, how I got it, what it was. That way it continues to push the chaplaincy in a form to where it's like, hey, this truck was donated for a reason, let it continue to be. Even if it's not sitting right here in Washington State, let it continue. Let it go on. Why? It'd be a sin to destroy them. They're beautiful pieces of equipment. It'd be a sin to destroy them.
I was thrilled to meet you, because not too many people are doing the cab over thing like you're doing. And I appreciate the old school. I remember cab overs. My grandpa was a turkey farmer in Wisconsin, and the big cab overs would come through and load them up. And so I have an appreciation for what that is. And so I was thrilled that there's somebody that would actually want to take it, restore it to be used again for something. And, we do have a goal to do more rest stop, ministry, where we'd have some kind of a vehicle that could go from rest stop to rest stop. similar to what happened in the past, but because we're finding out more and more that as truck stops remodel and make things bigger and better and that kind of stuff, of course, then they start charging more money. And so we know some fleet drivers, they're not even allowed to stay the night at a truck stop, so they're all finding the rest stops. So they're sitting ducks there with nothing, to do. So if we could have something, some kind of a vehicle, we were thinking some kind of like a, toy hauler, RV that would be more convenient for people to, drive around, open the back door, give out, drinks and, have resources and be able to just, have a time to talk to people and have them come over and, start talking and have chaplain accessibility at rest stops. Because man, every night if you're traveling, all the on-ramp, off-ramp, they're just, you can't find parking.
Mm-hmm.
Especially out here.
That's something that we would love to have. I mean, the appreciation you have for cab overs, what your dream was for when you described it a little bit, that was like, man, this needs to work out with Steve with what he's going to do. So that's where we're at.
And obviously, Q-Ball, you're going to be, obviously your plan is you're going to be documenting and, video after video of this whole transformation process. How long do you think it's going to take to get this all completed?
Oh, who knows? Right now we're still in just a part of just loading, just getting the equipment loaded and moved to Wisconsin. Like I said, when I first called, moving the truck is fairly easy. Moving the trailer is going to be complicated because the trailer structurally did degrade. So it really, even if I can get it to be, new tires, new brakes and all that whatnot right here in the parking lot, it becomes a time problem. One, to do it here, number one. Number two, structurally, there's some issues with this particular trailer underneath. So the safest way to do it is to lift it with a crane, put it on my little boy trailer, and then reconstruct it at my shop, and at least be able to move it around and, let it be, I'm not 100% what I'm going to do with the trailer, but my initial thoughts, but before I looked inside it, I was like, maybe I could do this, maybe I could do that. Now that I actually looked inside, I'm like, it's basically going to stay the way it is. It might become FSC Trucking's new office, to be honest. It's what we're starting to lean towards right now. But it does need to be able to be moved and maybe even bring it to a truck show or two. So I do want to make it to where it'll still be not a fixture, but still mobile to a point, although it's days of hauling freight are obviously done as far as the trailer goes. Now the truck can pull this trailer again in the future, I'm hoping, but also do the same work I'm doing with Orwell and help expand. But as long as that truck's moving, I want its original mission to continue in the form of that truck. I want people to know what that truck was for the last 26-ish years sitting here as part of a chaplaincy.
Well, and Steve, hearing that, because I hadn't been out to Washington to see the condition of both of the things there, but if that trailer is in that rough a shape, I mean, we do have others that are accessible, and even in near Indianapolis, East St. Louis, Sioux Falls, South Dakota, that if there was you wanted to take a look at, or we could get a better conditioned trailer for something that you're talking about, because that kind of gets me excited to think about somebody who cares enough that way and see what happens.
Well, we'll definitely look into it. I'm definitely eager to do more if possible. But this trailer is not lost. I think what it needs, what I look into immediate as far as immediately structurally with the underneath is cross members, particularly where the tandems are. The cross members are not the best, which is why I don't trust it to go down the road by itself. If it's boarded up and supported properly on my trailer, it'll be just fine. It's not really all that bad. It won't do for. These roads are terrible, and I wouldn't want to risk it. So my thing is, if I have to lay some cross members in it from the bottom, that really wouldn't be a big issue. So it's not as bad as
and there's just the two regular doors on the sides of the trailer now. I mean, the big doors on the back, they've all been welded shut, and so it's just the two regular doors anyway.
Yeah, no, it's good enough to do. It's in good enough shape to be able to survive the trailer ride back. So we're good there.
All right.
But yes, I definitely want to look into doing more in the future. But for right now, I'm just the way I'm looking at it is look towards the future with a bright, open mind,
And to be honest, eat what's on my plate, because right now, man, I'm excited to dig in. Matter of fact, Terry and Dave both texted me. They're like, "Oh man, they're both my mechanics. They're really excited to get started on this truck too." Seriously,
sure,
I mean, I'm like, wow, that's awesome. Even my crew was happy to get on it.
Yeah, that's fun. I was glad hearing about it. And I did watch Dominique's video. She posted tonight. So I watched hers, and when they were talking to you on the phone after they took pictures and measurements and stuff. So they were pretty geeking out about it too. So I can't wait to see the stuff that you guys produce.
Oh my God, I cannot wait. I cannot wait. I got to get home and get started.
Yeah. Hey, well, we're hitting our news break time here. I can put you in queue and see if you want to hang in there, come back and wrap up, or take your choice. But we'll be right back as we make our way into a Wednesday. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA News. I'm Ryan Daniels. Former President Trump pleaded not guilty to all 37 counts in relation to the federal allegations of mishandling classified documents.
Speaking outside the Miami courthouse, Trump's attorney Alina Habba said that this is an unprecedented situation.
What we are witnessing today is the blatant and unapologetic weaponization of the criminal justice system.
Not true, says White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre.
The president has been very, very clear. The Department of Justice is independent.
The indictment claims that Trump stored classified information at his Mar-a-Lago residence.
Correspondent John Schaefer. Trump's back in New Jersey for a rally after Tuesday's arraignment. An intelligence report shows the U.S. government buys and stores data on Americans with little oversight. The report from the Office of the Director of National Intelligence shows how federal intelligence agencies are using the availability of for-purchase data on Americans. Food prices are up as of last month after declining in the spring.
According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics Consumer Price Index, prices at the grocery store went up 0.1% from April to May. Menu items went up 0.5% in the same time. Grocery prices are nearly 6% more expensive than this time last year, and menu prices rose over 8% in the past year. I'm Lisa Taylor.
Amazon Web Services appear to be working again following a widespread outage Tuesday. The outage affected a number of internet services and websites that rely on AWS, including Delta Airlines, McDonald's, and Amazon Music. Video games like Fortnite and Dead by Daylight also dealt with issues. Olivia Rodrigo is releasing a brand new single titled Vampire. This is the Grammy Award-winning artist's first song since her 2021 breakout album, Sour. The brand new single will be released on June 30th. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The White House says President Biden was not involved in the Justice Department's decision to indict Donald Trump for his alleged mishandling of classified material.
The president has been very, very clear. The Department of Justice is independent.
As the administration has faced accusations from Trump and his allies, the DOJ has been weaponized to target Biden's political rival. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg is warning of pressure on the supply chain after the collapse of a section of I-95 in Pennsylvania.
He visited Philadelphia to see the damage today. Buttigieg says there's no substitute for the highway getting back up to full working condition and added that it would impact pressure on the supply chain until it's resolved. The road collapsed Sunday when a tanker truck caught fire under the highway, and it could be closed for months. I'm Lisa Taylor.
The Biden administration is rolling out an additional $325 million in security assistance for Ukraine as that country's war with Russia rages on. The funds are part of a presidential drawdown package, meaning the weapons and equipment will be taken from the U.S. military stockpiles. The package includes more rockets, artillery, armored vehicles, among other weapons and equipment. Disney and Pixar has high hopes for their new animated film, Elio.
Earth? Welcome, leader of Earth.
The story's about a boy who mistakenly gets identified as Earth's ambassador by Alien. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, thank you much. We jump right back into it here. Hour number 2 as we close out a Tuesday, make our way into a Wednesday midweek coming on here. Had to take care of business. You know how things work in the radio biz. So thanks for hanging in there, guys.
Got to pay the bills.
Yeah.
No troubles.
Yep, all good.
So to come back, I guess
So,
we have...
Steve wants...
Right, go ahead.
Sorry, man. I am horrible with this promotional stuff, Steve, as you can plainly tell. I'll let you go first. Go ahead. It's your show.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, what have we missed as we kind of, finish things up here? Tell us what we've got going on. Obviously, everybody's going to follow them on your FSC trucking website on YouTube.
Well, that's the plan. So, like I said, basically, long story short, is this truck is going to continue to live on. It's going to hit the roads again. I'm not exactly sure in what form or fashion, but it's going to carry on. It's going to do. Well, I'm thinking it's basically going to do what I'm doing now. Is just hauling. Get back to hauling freight, which is what trucks are built for. But the thing for me is it has an interesting story with it. It's lived its last, say, 26-ish years, being part of the chaplaincy here at the truck stop. So let it continue, let it continue to live on doing what it always did, which is a truck to haul freight, but also let the chaplaincy mission continue. And, a lot of guys probably thought that they disappeared because, to be honest, until I met Craig over at the truck show, I really didn't know what was happening. I saw them being changed or moved or disappearing, but I didn't really know what had happened. So that was kind of the goal, was to get, well, it wasn't kind of the goal, it was the goal. The goal still is to get people to understand that, they're still around, they're still here. They're just not in the little trailers in the truck stops anymore, but they're still out and about doing their thing and, trying to get people to come to Christ and start to get a little bit of home. Think about it. You're out on the road for long, long periods of time. A lot of people nowadays, Steve, still go to church, and you know what? This world needs a lot more of that right now.
In this country today, we need a whole lot of that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, absolutely. And from our end, I mean, we're appreciative of the honor and respect to the past as we move forward. So to see that truck be able to be used, I think just some of the old timers who have donated a lot, to see something like that happen is just going to be a huge encouragement to them, and for it to be, a tool as we, go into the world and, bring Christ, bring the hope of Jesus, bring the truth of the Bible to the issues that are happening. That's something that, you can't put a price tag on that. So we're just so thankful for it and what Steve's doing. And, man, we're just so excited to see things happen. And we'll be posting stuff as well we have a Facebook page as well for TFC Global. And so we'll be promoting that as well. And I'll be getting a magazine article in a future magazine coming up here with our Highway News magazine that we have to just feature what Steve's doing, just kind of a unique thing that he does with the old cab over and the flatbed. So we try and feature drivers who are out there on the front lines, keeping America moving. There's a lot of appreciation and respect and love for these guys.
It's pretty cool. It's a little adventure getting underway today.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, glad to bring it. Glad to bring it onto your airwaves so people know about it.
Well, we gave a little tease last evening. So, and again, your idea was you didn't want anything happening to the truck if you kind of announced early what you were going to be doing out there. Yeah. So pretty cool.
But what
stuff.
I did say is what I did say was accurate yesterday, wasn't it?
Yes,
if you've been driving trucks for any length of time, you will know what I have acquired.
Yes, indeed.
Because this truck is well known. This truck is well known. It's many drivers have seen it, prayed in it, around it, whichever, for many, many years. So if you've been driving for any length of time, you know about this truck. And now you know the rest of the future plans. I was going to say the rest of the story, but that's not mine. Right. But now you know the future plans to it to continue to live on.
Yes, indeed. All right. So Cue Ball bought him a church, or got him a church.
That's kind of how I'm going to maybe clickbait the video when it comes out a little bit. But it's going to be cute. And it's going to be cute. I already know the title of it. It's going to be cute and very respectful, but yet a little slight twist to it. I'm just trying to come up. I'll put that out there. Think about it. I'm trying to come up with a good name for this truck, because I named my truck with the one I'm driving right now, Orwell, because it's a 1984, straight out of the book, right?
Yep.
Especially look at how we're living. But I got to come up with a cool name for this. I've had somebody say Faith is a good name for the truck. I've had somebody say Grace is a good name for the truck. Jen has said Holy Roller is a good name for the truck. So yeah, I'm definitely. So yeah, get over on FSC Trucking, and when I get that video out there, I'm planning on dropping that video on Sunday actually. But either way, get on that when that video comes up. Tell me a good name for this truck, because I need help with coming out a real good name. We need it. We need to get this truck a good name and keep it pressing on.
Very good. That's cool stuff.
Yeah, I love it. Love it.
All right. So as far as I pulled up your website here, and I see, yes, TFC Global. We've always been out about reaching drivers with the good news of Jesus Christ. That's not changed, but we're expanding our ministry to include several programs that will reach a greater community, provide a higher standard of care to drivers and those in the trucking industry. So pretty much right there, what you were trying to explain, things are kind of changing these days.
Yep, and it's all based on the data that we have and the way the industry is changing. We have to flex, and so that's what we're doing. Yeah.
Well, I appreciate you guys taking time to dial us up tonight.
Well, no trouble, Steve. Absolutely, thank you, and hey, thank you very much for allowing us to, bring this message out, bring this little project out to more drivers to know what we're doing and what all's happening with you. Where are the trucks going? Well, I know where one of them's going.
Yeah.
And thank you. Thanks for that opportunity, Steve. I really appreciate that. From the bottom of my heart, I really do. And I know you know that.
Yeah, fill me in, Craig. I'm thinking here, because we're also associated with the TNC Radio .live. They're Tom Kelly out of Houston. You guys work with him, right? You've got programs and whatnot?
Correct. Yeah, usually on Monday nights, with TNC Radio Live, Truckers Life Radio. Our president, Ron Frazier, hosts that. And once in a while, myself or Derek, he's the guy that oversees our anti-human trafficking, anti-sex trafficking part of the ministry. We'll do a radio interview of sorts. And so, that's usually Monday night that airs.
Okay. Yeah, that typically,
so we know Tom well.
It follows up the Steve Summers Overnight Drive on usually, I think, the following morning. So, yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. Well, y'all have.
So, we're so thrilled about it. I want to say thank you very much. And the last thing I want to say is that, if there's any driver out there, if you ever want access to a chaplain, you go to tfcglobal.org. You can contact us that way, and a chaplain would reach out to you. That happens pretty much every week. Monday and Tuesday, one a day, where somebody will just write to us or call and just say, hey, man, I need to talk to somebody. I'm going through some stuff, and we have people that are available. So even if we're not at a truck stop where you would be without a trailer, but a chaplain inside someplace, and at trucking companies, we're always going to be available to those who are professional drivers out on the road.
That's great.
Just go to the website, and somebody will get back to you very quickly. We're committed to that.
All right. Well, looking forward to following the whole adventure at FSC, right? FSC Trucking on the YouTube.
You got it.
That's it. And tfcglobal.org. All right.
Yes, sir.
Have a great morning, gentlemen. Thank you so much. And you'll have to.
All right. Good deal. Thank you.
Keep us up to speed.
Excellent.
Keep us up to date. Q-Ball, he'll keep us informed as to what's going on. Yeah, I hate that little, it's like a 1.5 second delay there. That's why we always, you talk over one another. So, and sometimes you pause to wait and see if they had something to say. And it's like, okay, who's going next? All right. That was great. Q-Ball, a new adventure there. And we can all follow on his YouTube channel. All right. Who we got there? Dave checks in. Rainy up here in Lodi. Waiting for my set to get here to take back to Western New York. Yeah, looking forward to the show. A little later, once I'm rolling, I'll pop over on Rumble this morning. Hello to Bidu. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. 5-7, copy the mail. He's still sitting at the home 20. He said, I never got the call that the little green was back up and running. So I guess I'll have to mosey on over to the shop later this morning to see what's going on. Okay. Santa Claus, top of the morning, Steve. 60 degrees here in Portlandia, Oregon tonight. Santa Claus out. He's on that little road trip thing right now. Jeff. Hello, Steve. It's Jeff from New York City. So glad to hear your voice tonight. And there you go. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, lines available if you'd like to jump on board at 844-844-3388. When Q-Ball called in last night, he's talking about the I-95 bridge collapse there, Philadelphia. It is not Armageddon. It is not the end of the world. It's a headache, and it's going to cause some problems with freight movement in the Northeast. But, it is not the end of the world. A couple of updates we got this past day. It is expected to have some pretty far-reaching consequences to the trucking industry that serves that region. According to the American Trucking Association, the resulting detours and the extended construction time is going to affect the trucking industry negatively. Now, commercial trucks, they say, make up between 8-9% of the 150,000 plus vehicles that use that section of I-95 every day. So we're talking about 14,000 trucks potentially. These vehicles are now subject to more than 40 miles of detour that's mostly non-interstate highway, with more than 60 traffic lights, according to the ATA spokesperson. This is going to add some significant cost in time, fuel, and delays. So we urge state and federal agency to target appropriate resources to repairing and replacing this thing ASAP. Now, there's a number of industrial businesses, ranging from port facilities to manufacturing, that surround this collapsed portion of highway, making it a prime corridor for regional freight movement. According to the city's Planning Commission Freight Program Manager, those industries are what's really going to feel the brunt of this disruption, probably due to surface street delays and potential diversions for shipments that are coming in and out. Now, nearby Interstate 295 and the New Jersey Turnpike are pathways for a massive portion of national freight. I-95 is a crucial connection for local goods to get to and from the area. Now, although these detours are expected to have a significant impact for a while, officials hope that traffic will become a bit more stable and predictable as the locals kind of get accustomed to the new detours. Everybody's trying to figure out what time do I have to head out to work today? Is it going to take me 90 minutes? Is it going to take me 2 hours? Or those sort of things. Now, we do anticipate another update coming our way today, Wednesday. As Pete Buttigieg said, the plans for reopening 95 will be announced today. After surveying the location there on 95 this past morning, this tragic crash is having an outsized impact on commuters and the movement in goods up and down the I-95 corridor. Of course, this is a key artery for the movement of people and goods. Now, after he spoke, the Transportation Secretary Mike Carroll said a plan to reopen 95 will be announced again today. A contractor is already on site working another project on the interstate with equipment there. That contractor has been retained to work on repairs. Now, it's going to take some time for the Transportation Safety Board to complete a report on the cause of the collapse, but that's pretty simple. I did come across somewhere in the vicinity there, it was a pretty decent ways up, but there was a surveillance camera that indeed they were able to go back and find that caught the crash that happened there on Sunday. In the video, you can see the tanker coming down the highway toward that ramp. And as he goes into the turn, it wasn't like it was almost instantaneous. That truck ruptured and the entire underpass was immediately engulfed in flames. The driver of that truck did not have a chance to get out. So, we were kind of questioning, did the truck roll? Did the driver maybe have a chance, or was he pinned in the vehicle, couldn't get out? Was it actually maybe the diesel tank that ruptured first and then igniting the gas? No, it looks like there wasn't per se an explosion, but normally you get the explosion thing from the vapors, the fumes, right, from gasoline. Reports said it was 87 octane gasoline that tanker was hauling. But yes, it ruptured and immediately just, boom, everything. So there's the latest on I-95. Now, the governor did issue a proclamation of disaster on Monday that kind of cuts the red tape to expedite rebuilding the highway. That disaster declaration immediately prepares $7 million in state funds for construction and authorizes the Pennsylvania Emergency Management Agency, the DOT, and the state police to use all available resources and personnel as necessary. It also clears the way for federal funds to come in for repairs. They had already started the process of removing the demolition work, and they're really making some pretty quick progress in that. It's supposed to have that done by the end of the week, at which point they'll be able to immediately begin the reconstruction portion. All right, we'll get some of the other industry headlines coming up here. Let's get over to Buster Brown. Morning, Buster. What's happened? I guess you've got a little bit of a Teamsters update for us.
Yeah, Steve. They announced today, this afternoon, they've been in agreement with the air conditioners for the package car division.
Really?
Because, that 18-wheel, the feeder's got them. But, evidently they're going to go full board. I was kind of surprised. I was hoping that we just zero in on parts of our country that really has the heat factor. And because as a traditional UPS driver, because I'm at the end of my career, but these young drivers, they're just not taking care of themselves or not drinking their water. But, we've got cases of water now at the office, and they just want you to grab a case of water and just take it to your package car. And I give them out to my customers. And I say, hey, why don't you do us a favor here? Freeze those babies, put them in there, and when my substitute driver comes by, or I offer us some water that's frozen, because I pour it on the back of my neck and stuff, and drink some. Some of my drivers just say, water should be warm, But I do use a lot of water on my back and my neck and my thighs. So, but yeah, they've agreed they will start doing it in 2024, 2025, retrofitting, and new package cars will have it on them. Yeah. I tell one of my drivers this evening, I said, if I was going to use it, and it's really dog days of summer, I might use it going to and from, but definitely I will always use it on the way back after a long, hard day. It will help me stay awake and not have to use some caffeine or nitric oxide. I love Super Beats. That's a great stuff to drivers who, especially heart disease, runs in my family. But Super Beats is a really great thing to give you open those blood vessels up. So, hey, Steve, two things. One, Q-Ball, we think he make sure he reaches out to Dr. John over here in Knoxville, Occupational Health / St. Christopher Fund. Once they get that magazine ready to go, that would be an awesome place to put some of those magazines in the waiting room, because they do a lot of DOT physicals there. And, Dr. John has his own little ministry of helping drivers get off of diabetes or smoking. But we see them coming in this next March at the trucking show at Mid-America. Hey, Steve, one last thing, please. As you're coming back from Georgia through Knoxville, and you get on 640 right there on West Knoxville, and it goes underneath the I-40 into a sharp curve. I think if you look at that Philadelphia thing, it's the same thing. It goes underneath the under I-95, and it has a sharp curve to it. I just wonder if the load kind of shifted with the cylinder, but also it has those places where the bridge and the asphalt meet, and there's always not good. It's always a buckle. I always take my foot off my gas pedal of my package car, because it's like a speed bump.
Yeah, if you get a chance if you can find that video that they released this past day, it looks like he was doing a pretty decent rate of speed, probably not familiar with that turn, and just turned it over.
USA News Update. Former President Trump has pleaded not guilty to federal charges related to his handling of classified documents. He appeared at an arraignment hearing at a federal courthouse in Miami on Tuesday. Afterward, he stopped at a local cafe.
Are you ready? Food for everyone. Food for
Trump posed for pictures and was greeted by a supportive crowd. He's now back in New Jersey. Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, Republican, plans to delay the confirmation process for Justice Department nominees over the federal indictment of Donald Trump. In a statement on Tuesday, the Republican accused Attorney General Merrick Garland of using the agency to target President Biden's political opponents. Vance said he plans to hold up DOJ nominees on the Senate floor. As a result, the White House has stressed that the Justice Department is independent, and Biden played no part in the indictment against Trump. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Heart failure, carpal tunnel syndrome, shortness of breath, stomach issues, lower back pain. How does it all add up? If you have heart failure and any of those seemingly unrelated symptoms sound familiar, it's time to talk with your cardiologist and get the full picture. They may add up to transthyretin amyloid cardiomyopathy. ATTR-CM is a rare and underdiagnosed disease. Recognize the signs and discuss them with your doctor soon. Learn more at connectwithyourheart.com. That's connectwithyourheart.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hi, I'm Ronnie Deutsch, and if you or your business owe money to the IRS, I've got great news for you. Tax laws have changed. Billions of dollars are earmarked for IRS Fresh Start programs, and if you qualify, you can literally save tens of thousands of dollars. Listen, I know what you're going through. Call me if you want to speak with a tax attorney or tax professional for free.
800-284-9275. That's 800-284-9275.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, got an email from one of our listening friends here a few minutes ago. Tom in Illinois sent me, Steve, this program should be on most of the cable networks. It first aired last night, and it repeats this morning at 2 a.m. As a trucking program. It might be worth your interest to take a look. It's all political. All right, the title of the program is America's Dangerous Trucks. So during the break there, I did a quick Google search, America's Dangerous Trucks, and sure enough, the links, which all just popped up here, PBS popped it up just 1 hour ago. I guess it's it's about an hour-long program. Frontline and ProPublica investigate deadly truck accidents and the fight over measures that could save thousands of lives. Now, they're saying thousands of lives. Based on what I'm seeing here, this is all about the side underride guards. That's what this is all documenting. Well, I guess that's a good place to bring up where most of us are familiar with what's going on there. This has been a fight that's been going on for years. The cost of the industry. Just here a few days ago, I guess it was over the past weekend, I printed this up, hadn't touched on it yet. But the safety groups, the likes of this, which I'm pretty sure that's what this documentary is going to be saying. I'm talking about thousands of Americans killed when their cars slid under the trailers of big trucks. The safety groups say the Biden administration is severely underestimating the number of lives that would be saved by underride guards. Now, this is according to the safety and insurance groups, which could block the rollout of a proposed rule that would mandate this equipment. Now, they go on into the advanced notice of proposed rulemaking. We're all familiar with that. The Highway Traffic Safety Administration also stated that on a per-trailer basis, the lifetime cost of equipment or equipping new trailers and semi with underride guards is 6 to 8 times the estimated safety benefits. A proposed rule that cannot show benefits outweighing costs would have little, if any, chance of passing a federal review. Now, the benefit shortfall alarms the National Transportation Safety Board, which they contend their analysis focused only on crashes in which the front of a passenger vehicle slides under the side of a trailer. They did not fully consider other crash types that would likely benefit from side guards installed on a truck that could prevent such an underride. Things like high-speed sideswipe crashes, impacts with vulnerable road users like motorcycles, cyclists, and pedestrians, or side underride collisions with single-unit trucks. Further, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration only calculated potential safety benefits for about 20% of fatal crashes, in which they estimated that the passenger vehicle was traveling under 40 miles per hour. I guess the idea is if a vehicle is traveling under 40 miles per hour and you have a side underride guard, the impact could potentially be enough to prevent a fatality. If you're going over 40 miles per hour, even with the side underride guard, and we pretty much see that with the rear end collisions with big trucks. If you're going to slam into the back of a big truck, even with the bar, the underride bar, that 50, 60 mile per hour impact, you just go right under. So they're trying to say that there's a whole lot of these crashes, lives that could be saved, a whole lot more than they're saying in the official analysis. Now, the trailer manufacturers, which would have to raise the price of new trailers anywhere from $3,700 to $4,600 to comply with the mandate, agreed that the agency's analysis is flawed. But because safety benefits are overstated, they contend the opposite. They say safety benefits are overstated, not understated. The Truck Trailer Manufacturers Association, whose members manufacture most of the heavy truck trailers used in the country, argued that because more trucks would likely be needed to adjust for the weight displaced by the equipment to stay in compliance with the weight restrictions, more lives would be lost from other accidents caused by having more trucks on the road, unrelated to side underride accidents. A side underride guard mandate, they say, would put more lives at risk, not fewer. TIME would support the implementation of side underride guards if they ever become both justified and technologically feasible. At this time, it would seem that other regulatory action, maybe research into advanced driver assistance technologies, would promise a much greater chance to reduce side collisions into trailers, as well as other types of crashes. Now, we had gone through the number of lives versus the millions of dollars it would cost in some of our previous updates. But so in other words, yes, the safety groups are out there pushing hard to, obviously they're adamantly fighting the DRIVE Act. All right, what do we have here? Eagle checks in on a Wednesday. What's going on, Eagle?
Okay, yeah. Can you hear me, brother?
We got you. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I was trying to get to the truck stop before you put me on, but I'm almost there now. I got about 10 more miles to go. I'm still rolling right now. I know I'm going to drive this late at night, but I was trying to get back home trying to get back home for Sunday, so my wife don't kill me for Father's Day, so I was going to stay out on the road, but she told me I better get home. I have no home to go to, so I'm headed to Texas right now. I should roll in about Saturday night. Yeah, I should roll in Saturday night. I'm over here and see where the hell am I at tonight. You see, I'm at I forgot where the hell I was at now. Okay, yeah, North Carolina. Yeah, I'm in North Carolina right now. So I'm rolling back over to Texas and should be in there by Saturday night. But yeah, Steve, before I get to the politics deal tonight, I want to talk about what you were talking about a little bit earlier, this bridge deal. Boy, I sure do. That guy, that company, I don't know what company it was, that guy that was driving that tank truck, but I don't know who's going to be responsible for footing the bill to fix that bridge, but that company might be out of business, Steve. I don't know if you said I haven't seen the video of this accident, but you say it looked like the driver might have been going too fast for the curb.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Yeah, I might have to check it out after I hang up with you. But yeah, I don't know if they gonna try to make that company's insurance company, help put some of that bill for that repair, because it's gonna be very expensive. They need to be working on that 24 hours a day, though, Steve. But like I say, it wouldn't shock me. New Jersey, New York, those people are notorious for slow work. So it wouldn't shock me if this thing be going this time next year. That road still be shut down. They talking about it might be a couple of months. I don't think so. That's what I've been hearing on the radio. With some of the engineers and the governor of New Jersey. I don't think it's going to be a couple of months. These guys, they work like snails nowadays, Steve. Like I said, we probably be talking about this time next year. They still be doing construction on that road. I'm just glad I don't go to the East Coast. I told you my truck don't go no further north than Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. On 95, that's it for me. My truck doesn't go no further north than 95. I refuse to go into that area, Delaware, Washington, especially Washington, D.C. You want to talk about a head traffic nightmare. Baltimore, Maryland, any of them cities going, Philadelphia, New York, all of it is one big nuisance. They don't pay enough money. Then you can't find no truck stop. That's probably the worst areas in the U.S. for truck stops, Steve. You can't find no damn where to park on that 95 area. The travel plaza. We call them rip-off plazas. They got a plaza up there just before you get to New York called the Vince Lombardi Travel Plaza. It's outrageous, the prices that you pay for food, cigarettes. I think a pack of cigarettes probably costs you over $20 in that damn place. That's why it's not a travel plaza, it's a rip-off plaza. So, and then they got the nerve to charge you to park if you can find a place to park. So no, they can have that New York, New Jersey area. Like I say, I'll stop driving the truck. If I was forced to go to that area, I'll find another company to drive for. When I sign up with a company, Steve, I tell them point blank that New York, New Jersey is no longer that those Philadelphia. None of that is a part of my agenda on driving trucks. I'd rather go out, to the middle of the country, or either go out to Arizona or New Mexico, the wide open roads. You ain't got to deal with all the aggravation and aggressive drive. You talk aggressive ass drivers. No, thank you. I'll stay in the middle of the country. That's the way I see it. So they can, like I said, I'm pretty sure this time next year you still be talking about that damn bridge, that interstate being shut down. Now, let's talk about this situation, Steve, because I'm very, like I say, the more I listen to it, the madder I get. Especially, I'm gonna talk about this fat boy since we on New Jersey. Fat boy out of New Jersey. I talked about him last night, Chris Christie. He's running his mouth again, Steve. He's running his big fat mouth. And this guy Bolton, the one that got terminated by Donald Trump, so-called guy that he's flapping on his mouth on CNN TV talking about Donald Trump is in hot water, Donald Trump this, Donald Trump that, Donald Trump shouldn't have took these documents this. Chris Christie, he had the nerve. He did a town hall last night, Steve. With what's his loser's name, Anderson Cooper on CNN, And you would have thought that was a Democrat that was talking, just like I told you. He basically, all he did was badmouth Trump the whole interview, saying that Trump doesn't give a damn about the American people, that he's only out for himself. He said something about the coronavirus, that when Trump got the virus, he tried to blame it on Fat Boy Christie. And Christie, he didn't give a damn of Christie when he was in the hospital. Trump didn't even check up on him or some nonsense. All he did was badmouth Trump, like you said last week, Steve. That's the only reason he jumped in the race, was to try to badmouth Donald Trump. He doesn't want to win. He doesn't want to be president, nor does he think he can be president. His job is to focus on Donald Trump and badmouth him. Am I right or am I wrong?
That is 100% correct. The only reason he's in the race, because the first thing he said was he's ready to do some mudslinging.
Yeah. You said that last week, and that's exactly what he did. If you go back and listen to this, if you can tolerate it, if you can go back and listen to this CNN town hall that he did last night, that's all he did was badmouth Donald Trump the whole time about this, Donald Trump this, Donald Trump that. So like I said, he needs to go ahead on and change his affiliation. If he wants to run for president, hey, that's all good, my man. But you need to run as a Democrat because you damn sure ain't no Republican, Chris Christie. I hate to break that bad news to you, my man. Now, the other guy that I'm sick and tired of seeing on my television is this William Barr guy. This guy here is already bad-mouthing Donald Trump, saying that Donald Trump is in hot water. Donald Trump did this, Donald Trump did that. And like I said before, this guy here, he was a loser for Donald Trump when he worked for him. So that's the reason why he no longer has a job. Now, let's focus on what Donald Trump said tonight, Steve, when he got back to New Jersey. Just like I told you a couple of days ago, and just like I figured, Donald Trump is not that stupid. This was a stage. Donald Trump, he said, you probably didn't listen to it because you usually be asleep. He held a press conference around about 7, 8 o'clock tonight. And Donald Trump said that he had all these boxes of classified documents organized in his home, Steve. Do you really believe, I don't know if you've seen the photos, do you really believe that Donald Trump would leave these boxes, papers, all those classified documents laying on the floor all over Mar-a-Lago? And like I said, leave a box of classified documents in the bathtub, behind a shower curtain. All this was planted by the FBI. That's what Donald Trump said tonight when he held his press conference. All this was a stage deal. Why would Donald Trump or somebody that works for Donald Trump take a photograph of these documents laying all over the damn floor and in a damn bathtub? All this is staged to set up to make Donald Trump look bad, to make him look like he wasn't responsible with these documents. Donald Trump, he did exactly what he was supposed. He has committed no crime whatsoever, and he's going to win this case too. It's going to blow up in the Democrats' face just like the last case did, and everybody's laughing at him because it's nothing but one big joke. And like I said, they're wasting Donald Trump's time and everybody else's time. But like you said before, Steve, what their goal is, I think they believe that, like they said, they got 37 charges, and all of them was the same damn charge. It's what they call trumping up the charges for the same case. They could have went to court with 1 or 2 charges against Donald Trump. All like Sean Hannity said, it's about all of them the same damn charge. Donald Trump ain't committed no 37 crimes. So, like I said, it's just a bogus deal to begin with, Steve. And like Trump said, and I hope that he keeps it. Well, I already know he's gonna keep his promise. The Democrats, they better make sure that Donald Trump don't get back in the White House, because all hell is going to break loose when he do. Because he said the first thing he does when he get in, that's exactly what he is, hire a special prosecutor to investigate the Biden. They calling them now on TV the Biden crime family, and that's exactly what they are. He said that he's gonna hire a special man to investigate these losers and find out why Joe Biden took a $5 million from the Ukrainian government. And then, like I said, Steve, what more evidence does the Democrats and other people need? Joe Biden is on television. You said it so many times. Right. You played it on your station where he said that he wants that prosecutor eliminated that was getting ready to investigate him, and that's exactly what they did. They wasn't gonna get the money. Now that's breaking the law. That's enough to get rid of Joe Biden right there. But yet they're not gonna do a damn thing about it. Like I said, we faced it. They filed impeachment papers yesterday on Camel Toe Harris and Biden, but it's not going to go nowhere. But at least they got it done. You know, I'd rather see McCartney. I wish there was some way we could get rid of both of them losers. I'd rather see McCartney running the USA for the last year and a half until we elect another president than to have these two clowns that we got in there right now. But things are about to come to a head, Steve, in the next couple of months with good old Joe Biden. And I don't know, I hope you play this interview that Ted Cruz did with this other guy with the FBI. You talked last night. They say that they got 17 video or audio tapes of Joe Biden admitting that he took some guy taped him talking about the money transaction, and this FBI is refusing to bring this evidence to the public. Ted Cruz gave that guy all kind of hell today, trying to get this get this video released. Now, remember I told you a couple of months ago, see what my grandfather told me. If you don't want to show what you got, that means that you got something to hide, and that most likely means that you did something wrong. If you haven't done nothing wrong, the FBI, they wouldn't have no problem whatsoever releasing these 17 videotapes that they supposedly have. So that tells you all you need to know about Mr. Joe Biden, and I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Yeah, Ben, I have not heard yet. I did see, I guess it was about a 6-minute segment, Ted Cruz grilling whoever it was with the FBI about the 17 audio recordings. 15 of those were conversations with Hunter. 2 of them were actually conversations with Joe Biden. Are you going to turn these audio tapes over? I guess they're trying to say no, just like they did not want to turn over the 1023 form. And when they did turn over the 1023, they had redacted that little portion about the audio recordings even existing. They don't want this stuff to come out, right? All right, what do we got? A few minutes before news break here. All right, I mentioned out of the box. Going to have a big dome, a heat dome that's going to be building over Texas. And it's only the middle of June. A little early start to some real summer-like heat. And the power grid, they tell us. Already, the Texas fragile power grid is going to be pushed to the brink in the coming days as unusually hot weather grips the second largest U.S. state. Electric usage is forecast to break the all-time high by the end of this week, according to the Electric Reliability Council of Texas, ERCOT. Temperatures expected to top 100 in Houston, Dallas, and other Lone Star State cities. Air conditioning use is expected to soar to 80.3 gigawatts on Thursday, then even higher on Friday. The record set last summer was 80.1 gigawatts. The state capital, Austin, has issued their first heat advisory of the season this past day. They are opening cooling centers for residents without air conditioners. In Houston, passengers waiting flights at George Bush Intercontinental Airport sweltered for a second straight day because the air conditioning system is not fully functioning there. Statewide, they tell us, power supplies will be especially stretched come Friday, when demand is projected to hover at a record level for maybe 4 consecutive hours, according to the ERCOT data. The reserve margin they refer to, or the buffer of extra electricity supplies, may shrink to as little as 5.3% during that stretch. I mean, you're talking about running out of juice. Now, even before the worst of the heat has descended, the National Weather Service forecasters were warning that in some parts of the state Tuesday, it's going to feel like 114 degrees. Now, obviously, the Texas grid normally doesn't see demand spike like this early in the cooling season, but we're getting a jump start. Hey, and just think, for every electric car and every electric truck that we add to that draw on the power grid? How much electric vehicles? What is it? I believe 6% of the vehicles right now, they're still pushing this narrative that in 7 years we're going to be ready to have 50% of the vehicles on the road be electric vehicles. It ain't going to happen. Well, if it did happen, most of those vehicles will not be running because they won't have the power to charge the damn things. All right, got a news break coming up here. When we come back, the Teamsters brass saying, we are not going to bail out Yellow again. That's the quote. The union says the company's been mismanaged for years and vows to not bail Yellow out again. Update on that. Oh, boy. Some have been predicting that. Meanwhile, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing electric, your lawn equipment, boats, collector cars, generators, anything that may be sitting around with gas in it for an extended period of time. Sta-Bil storage will keep that gas fresh for up to 2 years. And at the same time, combat corrosion issues in your fuel system. Store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. And it is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Former President Trump has pleaded not guilty to all 37 counts in relation to the allegations of mishandling classified documents. Trump's attorney, Alina Habba, outside the courthouse in Miami, said this is an unprecedented situation.
What we are witnessing today is the blatant and unapologetic weaponization of the criminal justice system.
The indictment claims that Trump stored classified information at his Mar-a-Lago residence in Florida. After his arraignment on federal charges, former President Trump visited a Miami cafe where he posed for photos and received a warm welcome from a supportive crowd.
We're a nation in decline, and then they do this stuff, and you see where the people are. We love the people, and you see where they are. You see the crowds.
Trump assured patrons that he was okay and denounced the charges against him as baseless. He is now heading to New Jersey, where he will hold a rally tonight. 2 men have been arrested in relation to a shooting in Denver last night that resulted in 10 injuries. Police said that both suspects were found with weapons and are currently being held on gun charges. The incident occurred about a mile away from Ball Arena. Outgoing CDC Director Rochelle Walensky is testifying before Congress about the federal response to COVID-19. A House Oversight Subcommittee is reviewing criticized decisions such as mask requirements, school closures, and vaccine mandates.
The end of the public health emergency last month marked a tremendous transition for our country and for public health. Now we have the tools we need to protect people in our communities from severe infection and death.
Committee Chair Brad Wenstrup strongly criticized the CDC's policies. And the Vegas Golden Knights are just one win away from claiming the NHL Stanley Cup. Las Vegas will host the Florida Panthers at T-Mobile Arena in Game 5 of the Cup final tonight. The Knights took a 3-1 series lead following a Game 4 victory in Florida. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg is raising concerns about supply chain strain following the Interstate 95 collapse in Pennsylvania. During his visit to Philadelphia today, Buttigieg emphasized the need for the highway to be restored to full functionality, stating that its unresolved status would continue to affect supply chain pressures. Food prices have increased after a decline in the spring. The Consumer Price Index from the Bureau of Labor Statistics indicates a 0.1% rise in grocery store prices from April to May. Menu items experienced a 0.5% increase during the same period. Compared to last year, grocery prices have risen by nearly 6%, while menu prices have surged over 8%. A majority of Americans think transgender athletes should stick to the teams based on their sex at birth.
A new Gallup poll finds 69% of respondents think they should only be able to play on teams that match their sex at birth, 7 points up from 2021. Meanwhile, 26% say transgender athletes should be able to play on the team that lines up with their identity. Pollsters say it appears most people view transgender sports participation more through a lens of competitive fairness than transgender civil rights. I'm Ryan Daniels.
Disney has announced release dates for upcoming films in its major franchises. The next Star Wars film, the first since 2019, will premiere on May 22nd, 2026. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
got here? Rolling into a Wednesday. Hey, we're literally counting down the days. The official start of summer, right? Summertime, I believe, arrives, is it the 20th, 21st? Right in there somewhere. So with the official start of summer right around the corner, there's one location in the Northeast that recently set a June snowfall record. Mount Washington in northern New Hampshire. It is the tallest peak in the northeastern U.S., standing at 6,288 feet during the winter months. That peak is home to some of the most extreme weather in the Northeast. Back in February, temperatures on the peak of the mountain dropped as low as 47 below zero as the polar vortex was plunging into the U.S. Wind chill factors plummeted to 114 degrees below zero. That was a new U.S. record, according to AccuWeather's founder and CEO, Joel Myers. But however, here we are. This June has been one for the record books as well. As of this past day, June 13, the mountains received 8.4 inches of snow so far this month. The most snow ever observed in the month of June since record keeping began in 1932 at this observatory. The snowiest day of the month so far was on June the 7th when they picked up 4.2 inches of snow. Additionally, temperatures only hit 33 degrees on that day, about 15 degrees below the historic average for that date. Now, even during the early summer months, winter weather is still common at the peak of that mountain. In fact, snow regularly falls on the mountaintop during the month of June. But even though snow is common during the first half of the month, totals are typically less than 2 inches. All right, a large, potent upper-level low-pressure system brought moisture and an anomalously cold air mass up into New England. That helped produce the combination for those higher snowfall totals than we would typically see this time of year. But 8 inches of snow in the month of June. How about that? Horse Feathers joins us here on, wait a minute, what day is it?
Yeah, I guess we should start out saying, hey, Mike, what day is it? What day is it?
Indeed, Hump Day.
There you go. All right, now we got that out of the way. Hey, maybe you should check there and see, there's a ski resort there called Killington. They're down more southwestern Vermont, but they got a pretty high peak themselves, and I know they usually try to keep their skiing open as long as they can. I don't know. They usually go through May at least and get into June, and I don't know if they're still in operation yet or not, or if they're going to make it, try to get to the 1st of July, how far they'll get to. But it's called Killington. Maybe you look that up, see if they're still in operation for this year. Anyways, so this deal in Philadelphia there with the bridge, and I think Eagles kind of misguided there a little bit about the work ethics of the people of Pennsylvania and New Jersey, New York, New Jersey. I don't know. I'm thinking by Labor Day you're going to see that road wide open and not fully operational again. I don't think it's going to drag on past Labor Day here. So, but here's the question for you, Your Honor. You remember, I don't know, probably about 3.5 years ago, we had this thing called COVID getting started. Do you remember something about COVID? And they did this national emergency thing, the emergency declaration, allowing everybody in the relief effort of COVID to, they were exempt from the hours of service, Your Honor, for how many years?
Yeah, 2.5, 3, something like that.
So why hasn't the great people in Washington or the regional office of the U.S. Department of Transportation and said, hey, anybody operating in this area, we know you're going to be under extreme circumstances, and in order to get freight to where you need it to be, we're going to waive your 11-hour driving rule and your 14-hour workday rule, and you just get the freight where it's got to go and rest when you need to rest, and let's see if we can get these businesses that are in those areas. Maybe they should start working 24 hours a day, and maybe they should relax. What do you call them there? Delivery appointments and pickup appointments. I mean, you kind of have to have a little bit of an appointment for a pickup, especially if it's a manufacturing facility, because you can't roll in there to load something that hasn't been made or put on pallets or ready to go. But maybe these places of operation in that area should work on changing their hours of operation, or maybe go to a full 24-hour a day schedule. Maybe that would have a little bit of relief on that.
Yeah.
And if the trucks are all moving at the time, then maybe you don't need maybe you won't have quite the parking issue that you do, because the parking issue I see now that we didn't have 20 years ago, parking issue, but there's a lot more trucks that are trying to drive all day and park all night than there were that used to be half the trucks parked at night and half the trucks parked in the day, and off and on, rotated throughout, and also weren't required to be somewhere for 10 hours. I mean, required to be in a parking spot and not move for 10 hours takes up a lot of space, and that might be taking up what two spaces used to be before. One truck is taking up where two trucks normally would have parked previously. Now you got one truck stuck there for 10 hours. So I don't know. There's my take on that. We'll see what anybody has to say. But I see this stuff, as you say, that they're supposed to have this, from what you were saying there, that this cleanup done by the end of the week. You think? So
yep.
So I mean, if they have all the demolition done and cleaned out of there, they're going to have the plans made. I'm sure they're already in the process of having steel made to put back in the hole, and it as I say, I see it fully operational by Labor Day at the latest. But anyways, hey, here's another thing for these. Switch gears here some more. This deal with these side underride and the rear underride. Now, we went from these trailers we used to use there were 40s, 42, 43, 45, and 40, 48 feet long. And when we drug those trailers down the road in order to make them ride the best we could, we kept the wheels all the way to the back to the ICC bar or the Mansfield bar or whatever you want to call that thing on the back end of the trailer there, the rear bumper. The wheels were always slid all the way to the back. So even though that bar was there, when you came in contact with something, you're coming in contact with the rear wheels, the rear axle. You weren't just coming up against this little 6x6 piece of metal that's kind of, welded on with a couple gussets, and so there was something substantial there. But they went to these 53-foot trailers, and they required the wheels to stay underneath the trailer at the 48-foot length. So now you got an extra what? You're going from 48, 53 to 5 feet. Now you got an extra 5 feet of space behind that bar, between that bar and the trailer wheels. Well, let's see, 5 feet on the hood of a car. Oh, that's just about right in the middle of your windshield, Your Honor, when you drive underneath the back of the trailer. So it's no wonder these cars go halfway up underneath these trailers. And so the whole deal of that is the nature of the beast, what they did to the trailers to cause the problem. But so here's the other thing I've got, and I hate to say to put more lights on the trucks, but I don't know, maybe these light trailers don't have enough lights on them, and these little itty bitty marker lights they got on the sides, the required lighting on them, maybe it's not quite enough. Maybe there should be a little bit more lighting on them. I know I hate to have extra lights on, because all it takes to have one of these officers want to pull you over is to have one marker light out. And I tell you, I'm the first one that I don't run any more lights than what's required in the Green Book. And as soon as it gets to be bright enough in the daytime in the morning, my lights are all turned off. And I don't advertise lighting for as an issue to be pulled over. And I know there's a lot of people, oh yeah, lights are on for safety. And I'm like, well, if my lights are on for safety and I'm going to get pulled over because I got one out, then sorry, it ain't happening. But you know, give them something to use against me. But anyway, so I don't know. Maybe that should be a thing. Maybe we should have more lights down the side of the trailer and take out that requirement. If one of them's out, it's a reason to pull you over and see what that option goes for. But anyways,
I'm thinking maybe a better idea would keep people's face out of their phone when they're doing 75 mile an hour and doesn't realize there's a truck in front of them doing 50.
Well, that would be a good thought, but we're into the 21st century now, Your Honor. The age of technology is here, and you're never going to overcome that. That's not going to be overcome by anything else. The only thing that'll overcome that is if there's some way that people start passing laws that say those devices have to be made unusable while they're in a mobile operation. So, but then how do you know if they're in the driver's hands or the passenger's hands or the back seat people's hands or, you know, whatever else they're doing in the vehicle. But anyways, so hey, speaking of the 21st century, somebody else was mentioning this. Yeah, how come we're in the 21st century and they can't make the exchange from the blacktop to the concrete bridge smooth and then from the concrete bridge back off into the blacktop? How come we're in the 21st century, Your Honor? Nobody can figure out how to make that a smooth exchange. I don't know. I'm just wondering. But anyway, some things seem to move along with technology and other things seem to stay in the 19th century.
Right.
But
hey, I got a quick question.
Anyway.
I got a different topic. I got a question for you about fire apparatus. When you've got a hook and ladder truck, and they had to make a rescue this past day of a rental truck. I think it was a Penske or something that was hanging off the side of a bridge on one side. It was going over a river. And they brought the fire truck out on the other side, and they're extending this hook and ladder all the way out to the other side of the interstate to get to this truck. How do you keep that fire truck from tipping over?
They're actually, if they could get their outriggers out for stabilization, they're made to fully extend the ladder out completely horizontal all the way around.
Man, it just
the weight distribution. Yep. Now the question is how much weight are they putting on the end of the stick after they get it out there? I mean, you're only allowed a certain amount of additional weight. So whether it's one fireman or if they've taken all the water out of the pipe, if they've drained the water out of the pipe to take the weight difference of that out, but they're made to be fully extended, fully horizontal.
Okay.
With the water in the pipe, it's already all accounted for.
Wow.
But you have to have all your full stabilization out. You can't be, if the truck was up close enough to the bridge that it couldn't get its outriggers fully extended, then it cuts back the amount of extension the ladder can have put out. There's ratios for all of that, and they all should be within the guidelines of the specs of operation of the vehicle.
Wow.
So it's the same in the crane business. I mean, a ladder truck is no different than a crane, and the cranes are the same way. And if you watch some of the crane videos where they have their mishaps and fall over, it's because of overreach, overextension. And sometimes as I say, they'll only have their outriggers out only halfway extended because of space limitation, and with that you're supposed to recalculate the amount of reach and everything you can do. So and the load at the end of the tip. So if they're trying to do a rescue and they got one skinny little fireman out there with no turnout gear on, he could probably handle another person out there with that. And so but as I say, there is all the calculations out there for it. So if they should have a fully qualified operator that knows all his P's and Q's about what the truck can do. And if you got somebody out there that can run these trucks, the exceptional things that these trucks can do is pretty amazing. It's kind of like watching the rotators, the big rotator wreckers that they have. If you ever watched the O'Hare stuff there on, I forget what the name of that towing show was they had on the History Channel, but you You know, they had that whole thing with O'Hare and the new wreckers. I mean, you talked to Rubber Duck a little bit there, and about the wrecker service. These new wreckers they have out now, they actually have the whole carriage, that rotating carriage will actually transverse from midship of the truck all the way to the rear, and from the rear all the way back, and they can do it under full load. So it's pretty amazing, the new equipment that's out here now compared to what the old Holmes 660 wreckers, the cable wreckers we used to have out here. That, I mean, it's just amazing what you can do with this stuff out here. And it's also part of the reason that those ladder trucks now cost somewhere in the neighborhood of $3, $4, $5 million compared to 50 years ago, and you could probably get a ladder truck for somewhere in the neighborhood of $150,000 to $200,000. So the technology that's in them is crazy, but I don't know. It's a pretty interesting process to watch something like that operate.
Yeah,
if you ever get a chance to.
I don't know. I'd be kind of scared hanging out there and it's a big drop off down into the river. I shared that video on my Facebook page there a few minutes ago. It is 22 past the hour.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, I'll get back to the phones coming up here. Let's get to the news break first. Dan is on board. Looks like Heat Wave says several others. Hey, Jose. Meanwhile, I mentioned earlier, yes, Teamsters Brass announcing this week that Yellow Corporation has informed them they'll be out of money by August if a proposed change of operations is not approved. The union, however, says the company has been mismanaged for years and vows to not bail Yellow out again. Sean O'Brien, Teamster General President, says Yellow has been unable to effectively manage itself for a long time. Now the company says it'll be out of money by August. Do not forget, Teamsters have already given back everything they possibly could to keep Yellow afloat. O'Brien said the union has given billions to the company in the form of wages, benefits, work rules, concessions. The $700 million they received from the government in the form of a COVID relief loan, which is used to catch up on delinquent health and pension payments and buy new equipment. It is not left for the Teamsters to save this company. We've given enough. What happens next is out of our control. Now, at the end of May, Yellow requested the Teamsters immediately approve a letter of agreement allowing it to restructure operations to the East, Central, and South regions, similar to the change of operations out west. But this new agreement seeks to further expand the use of purchased transportation as well as changes to work rules, which is a key sticking point. Yeah, the requirement that drivers work freight on the docks and potentially at locations other than their home terminals. Now, Teamsters contend the letter of agreement violates the current contract and would expand the use of these utility positions. A Monday letter from John Murphy, Teamsters Freight Division Director, said the change in the West was not similar to the current proposal, as the utility role in that region was contractually permitted, and all affected road drivers had their earnings protected and were allowed to continue to perform traditional road work. Essentially, Yellow was seeking to assign employees to any job, anywhere, at any time, across operating companies. Sounds like things are getting kind of serious, though. Yeah, what happens next is out of our control. All right, it is 844-844-3388. If you weren't with us last evening, we mentioned got a truck show coming up here not too far around the corner, June 24th, 25th in Houston, Texas. Yeah, that's from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. both days, the Texas Trucking Show, as they're calling it. Yeah, more than 300 vendors on hand at the heavy-duty aftermarket trade show, displaying trucks, trailer parts, tires, accessories, you name it, all under one roof. All right, so again, if you're going to be in the Houston area, you might want to stop by the Texas Truck Show, June 24th and 25th at the NRG Center there. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News update. Former President Trump has pleaded not guilty to all 37 charges he's facing surrounding his handling of classified documents. Outside the Miami courthouse, his attorney, Alina Habba, described it as an unprecedented occurrence.
Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden himself, retained possession of classified documents yet have not been prosecuted.
The indictment accuses Trump of storing classified information at his Mar-a-Lago residence. Food prices are up as of last month after dipping in the spring. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, prices at the grocery store went up 0.1% from April to May. If Alexa couldn't help you today, you weren't alone. After experiencing a widespread outage, it seems that Amazon Web Services are now operational again. The outage had a significant impact on various internet services and websites which rely on AWS for their functioning. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-8255 888-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here, and I guess we can officially say it is true. Bud Light is no longer the number one selling beer in America. It's official. We'll give you more coming up on that and some other tidbits this day in history. Dan is on board. Good morning, Dan.
Yeah, well, they call it Transheiser-Busch. But anyway, they worked real hard to get that distinction, to give up that title. That's nice of them. I hope it paid off for them. But I had called in about Mark Levin was on Hannity last night, and he recounted some things which I never heard of. Number one, Bush 43, I don't know how many emails that he had that were lost and just never were able to get them under that, for the National Archives. There was also a shredding truck that went to Cheney's house, LBJ with his records, and of course it's brought up now Clinton, not Hillary Clinton, former President Bill Clinton had these tapes in his sock drawer at his house of war plans, conversations, you know what I'm saying, with heads of state. And I mean, it's such a phony prosecution, and the basis of it, they couldn't do it on the president. He had a right to have these documents, But the thing that Levin said the most of, and that's what I was trying to explain last night, which I didn't obviously have, is why didn't they just go get a subpoena for the documents? And if President Trump refused to turn them over, he would then be held in contempt of court on a subpoena. And that would involve a civil procedure and civil fines. I mean, Steve, it just sits. I sit and wonder, what the hell kind of country do we live in?
Mm-hmm.
It's fine to be patriotic and all that, but that SOB, Paul Ryan, was on CBS and this morning, or yesterday morning.
I saw that.
Funny, the guy can't be found, but when he thinks he can make some hay, I mean, these people are never Trumpers and they hate Trump. Well, if you're such a great politician and if we can explain to the people that Trump won't make it in the general, admit it, that Trump is going to be the nominee. At least, is that the way you kind of looked at it yourself?
Yep.
We can keep him from becoming the nominee because we're going to explain to you mere mortals. I mean, I don't know what this loser does for a living. I know he tried to be a professor at Notre Dame, and the kids, of course, saw what a BS artist he was. Hard to believe he could have been a heartbeat away from the presidency. But anyway, we'll explain to you that he can't win the nomination. It's like, hey, dude, what part do you not understand? We've heard this BS before. So we don't care. I don't care. I'm voting for Trump. And if it's the wrong one, that if for some reason Trump wouldn't get the nomination, if it's the wrong one, running like, say, for instance, Christie or somebody like that, I will vote for the Democrat. I will vote for him. Because what's happened to President Trump, and I know Eagle and these people refer to the Republicans or the Democrats, but it's Republicans fighting just as hard to keep him off of the ballot, to keep him from running for president.
Yep.
So, and that's the way I feel about it, sir. I just feel that, enough is enough. And I mean, when you've got the government, well, I don't want to preach, you know what I'm talking about, but that's the impression that I had from that Paul Ryan, was like, if we can just convince people that he won't make it, well, what if he does make it? Well, does that mean you'll shut up? We don't have to hear from you because you've embarrassed yourself again?
What was he was trying to say? Trump hasn't won anything since 2016. Trump, he lost in 2020, and we lost the Senate again in 22. He's blaming Trump for that. And we could have picked up many, many additional members in the House if it weren't for Trump. And Trump is absolutely not electable, is what he was saying.
Right. Well, there's a problem. Then why didn't you get your people elected in the primaries? Why didn't you get those races where it was where it was quite? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Why didn't you get them elected? I mean, you had people that you were trying to run against President Trump, the candidates President Trump. Actually, I think he did pretty good, to tell you the truth, on the primary side, and even some of those other elections. I mean, let's face it, you were facing Mark Kelly in Arizona, a former astronaut. That wasn't, I mean, none of these losses that occurred were huge losses. I quite frankly knew it before the election because of the issue this abortion had on the electorate.
Yep.
The overturning of Roe is probably the thing that may have done it in some of these races. And as far as those people up in Pennsylvania, I mean, if they're fine with having somebody who can't do the job, either because he's involved with mental health issues or whatever, he had a stroke.
Right, correct. Yep.
And if you're okay with somebody like that, then you be okay and you put up with the consequences. I mean, I firmly believe the electorate is becoming more liberal, and I mean that. But to sit there, you're going to go and by him endorsing DeSantis and Nikki Haley and Tim Scott, you just doomed their candidacy for the primary, sir. Nobody wants your endorsement, nor your filthy money that you're hauling in for the cheap labor lobby. I don't think I'm the only one that feels this way. I mean, if it's not Trump, then I don't want some other Republican. And I mean that. You know, I mean, the country, I mean, he didn't say nothing about the phony Russian dossier thing he didn't say a word about that. He didn't say nothing about the 17 tapes that implicate the Bidens in a bribery scandal in, you know, that in Ukraine. Didn't say nothing about the phone. Really, Trump should not have been brought up on the second impeachment, that's the first impeachment, on the first impeachment thing with Ukraine. Because it was true with Biden. So I just think that if there's a battle for the soul of the Republican Party, and the Bush-Cheney wing is not dying out easy, and this guy Ryan is probably the worst. I won't do that again. I did not want to vote for Romney. I didn't want to vote for Ryan. And, Ryan I would have accepted where I found out who he was. I think, didn't he replace that idiot Boehner? I think that's who he replaced,
right,
Speaker of the House. You know, another one, John Boehner. Well, yeah, all he did was schmooze to try to set himself up for a life after Congress. Now he's a drug dealer. Literally, he represents the marijuana industry.
Right. Yep.
So, but anyway, but I appreciate the taking the call this evening. But if you can, Levin cited those, and if I can see it in Breitbart where they showed, I mean, it was every president since. I mean, he went back to Johnson, who had records that the National Archives couldn't get a hold of. You know, and I mean, they can't get him on the Presidential Records Act, which means he's got a right to have those records. So now they say it's espionage, and that's going to be very hard to prove. So,
and they've
anyway,
got 37 counts, and you've got others out there, like you said, even on the Republican side, trying to say it might have been Bill Barr that says if they can get him on even one or two of the 37, he's done. He's toast.
Well, that's the default position of of Barr. My criticism of President Trump, and it's valid, and I know people who did not vote. They didn't vote for either candidate in 2020. They voted for Trump in 2016. They felt he went in, he was going to drain the swamp. One of these individuals was a high-ranking official with the Internal Revenue Service, very high. And they felt as though by him going to the swamp to replace the swamp, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
He didn't fulfill his promise. And I'll take some degree of that. I mean, why would you bring in Bill Barr? He's from H.W. Bush, who bragged that he voted. I know the guy's dead. We all going to die. News alert. But he bragged that he voted for Hillary Clinton. And his son didn't vote for him. The 43 didn't. I think Cheney did, because but he wanted something out of Trump. But my point is, why would you bring Bill Barr around? Why would you bring Chris Christie around? I know Chris Christie said he was in the hospital. Well, how many people did he allow in the hospital when he shut roads down of people that in New Jersey that didn't support his second gubernatorial election? Sorry to hear you're in the hospital, I guess. Maybe you need to consult your doctor about your weight.
There you go. What do you call him? The donut eating. Oh boy. You mentioned now Paul Ryan's interview. That was on of course, CBS News yesterday. Mainstream media, right? He said didn't mention anything about the 17 audio recordings, the 1023 form that was revealed. You didn't hear that yesterday. Well, no one who has watched any of the mainstream media has heard anything about that. Here's what we find. The top news networks spent a total of 291 minutes covering Trump's scandals between June the 8th and June the 12th. None of those involved President Joe Biden. According to the Media Research Center, the watchdog group, they compared the 4-day period coverage of Trump's indictment to the allegations of Biden's involvement in this massive foreign bribery scheme. While examining ABC, CBS, and NBC, is that hundreds of hours were dedicated to Trump's 38 charges stemming from the sensitive files at Mar-a-Lago. However, no coverage, zero, was dedicated to accusations by Republicans in the House Oversight Committee that Biden received $5 million from the executive Ukraine, Burisma, in exchange for favorable policy decisions. Biden was, of course, vice president at the time of this incident, and his son sat on the company's board. These details from the FD 1023, viewed last week, as we know, by members of the panel. Jeffrey Dickens, the director of media analysis, says the double standard is breathtaking. Clearly, the broadcast networks will continue to obsessively cover Trump's indictment, but to be fair and balanced, they would cover Biden's scandals. Something they, as exposed by Newsbusters, have been reluctant to do. But 0 minutes. They won't even bring it up. Trump told Americano Media on Monday that the mainstream media is a deflecting scheme that he thinks has backfired immensely. Looking at the poll numbers after his indictment, they're using this because I'm beating them in the polls. We're beating Biden by 10 points, 11 points, 12 points. And remember, again, the Trump indictment came out on the same exact day that the FBI presented the 1023 to, who was it, Comer and Grassley, I think, initially just those two. Same day. And the media took the bait, hook, line, and sinker, giving zero coverage to the Biden scandal and hundreds of hours to the Trump's. That's the world, that's the media world we're living in today. You're not getting the truth from the mainstream media.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the wide ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the wide ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, back to the calls here on a Wednesday morning. Who we got on board? Jose.
Hillbilly.
Okay.
Hillbilly.
That says, "Hey, Jose, what's happening, Hillbilly?"
It was pouring down the rain when I called in, so it must not pick it up right.
Yeah.
Media's kind of like doing the distraction with the Trump thing. I don't think they want to bring the indictments out this early before the elections. I think the Biden thing forced their hand, and so they brought it out now for the distraction, like you were saying. But that's just my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
If the media is saying one, they look at my right hand, you better look at the left hand too. Sports Fetters is right. I think they'll have a bridge up, if not before Labor Day, right after. Because don't you remember when that truck fire on the Prince Bridge caught fire, and they had to shut the bridge down for 2 or 3 months? They had it back going with 3 or 4 months.
Yeah, I mean, they were kind of citing there was a similar thing in 2017, I think in Atlanta. I mean, they're saying they're probably going to need longer than they needed for that repair, but I don't know. When is Labor Day? Isn't that like August or?
Yeah, the end of August.
Okay.
But I mean, it's only one bridge span. So I mean, each joint's separate from the other. I mean, as long as the main supports weren't damaged, just the bridge deck, it should be no problem getting that repaired and put a new bridge deck up there. Because all I got to do is form it up and put the rebar and all that in there. They'll probably work around the clock to try to push it as fast as they can to get it reopened.
I'm sure, yeah, with it completely shut down like that, obviously, they can put the lights out there and absolutely 24/7.
Right. But like I said, if you and me remember that bridge, our bridge was shut down because that truck fired. I think it was 3 months they had it open back up to traffic. I ain't mistaken, but I mean, it just amazed me that the metal wasn't hurt on it.
Yeah.
That truck fire. That still makes me nervous when I think about it crossing that bridge every day. But, oh well, Steve, I'll let some smarter people than I get on here.
All right, well, it's good to hear from you, Hillbilly. Thanks for checking in. I hope everything else is going well out there. Just watching the video with the bear swimming there in Destin, Florida Sunday. And I mean, he was a pretty good way out. I mean, yeah, a swimming bear. Then he came ashore, ran up the beach, and didn't mess with anybody. The beach is packed with people out there enjoying the sunshine. All right, hey, Shorty, this day in history. What do we have? This day, the U.S. flag was adopted. June the 14th of 1777. A day that would become known as Flag Day. Yes, that is today, Flag Day. A symbol of freedom to many throughout history. The American flag, the result of a resolution adopted by the Marine Committee of the Second Continental Congress at Philadelphia. Text of the resolution stated that the flag of the United States shall be of 13 stripes of alternate red and white, with a union of 13 stars of white in a blue field. representing the new constellation. This flag was first used in battle September 11th of 1777. The Battle of Brandywine. The American flag first saluted by foreign naval vessels February 14 of 1778, when the Ranger, bearing the Stars and Stripes under the command of Captain Paul Jones, arrived in a French port. The flag first flew over a foreign territory, 1778, in Nassau, Bahama Islands, where America captured a British fort. The flag adopted on June 14, 1777, replacing the Grand Union flag, the first ever national flag of what would become the United States. The Grand Union flag featured the same 13 alternating red and white stripes as the current U.S. flag, but instead of the blue field of stars in the canton, the flag had a small British Union flag of 1606. Since the adoption of the Stars and Stripes flag, the design has undergone many changes. There have been 27 official versions of the American flag over the years, according to the Smithsonian Institute. Additional stars added after the admission of Vermont and Kentucky to the U.S., and on it goes. But this date in history, June the 14th.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Former President Trump has pleaded not guilty to all 37 charges he's facing surrounding his handling of classified documents. Outside the Miami courthouse, Trump's attorney Alina Habba described this as an unprecedented occurrence.
In recent years, we have seen the rise of politically motivated prosecutors who don't care for impartiality, who don't care for due process.
The indictment accuses Trump of storing classified materials at his Mar-a-Lago residence. With demonstrators packing the Miami federal courthouse for former President Trump's arraignment, one arrest was made.
Dominic Santana, dressed in his prison jumpsuit and handcuffs around his wrist, was outside the Miami federal courthouse early this morning, hours before former President Donald Trump arrived for his arraignment.
He should have been locked up a long time ago.
Santana called today's proceedings a circus and felt he needed to come here amid all the Trump supporters.
And call a spade a spade. Enough is enough. He needs to be locked up.
It was Santana who ended up being taken down to the ground by police after he apparently tried to approach the motorcade as it left the courthouse. Eric Rodriguez, downtown Miami.
2 men are in custody in connection with a shooting in Denver last night that left 10 people injured. Police said both suspects are being held on gun charges after being found with weapons. Those shots broke out about a mile from Ball Arena. An intelligence report reveals that the U.S. government acquires and retains data on Americans with limited oversight. The report, issued by the Office of the Director of National Intelligence and partially declassified, highlights the utilization of commercially available data by federal intelligence agencies. It cautions that excessive reliance on such information could jeopardize the well-being of Americans. And after experiencing a widespread outage, Amazon Web Services are now operational again. The outage had a significant impact on various internet services and websites, which heavily depend on AWS. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg is raising concerns about supply chain strain following the Interstate 95 collapse in Pennsylvania. During a visit to Philadelphia today, Buttigieg emphasized the need for the highway to be restored to full functionality, stating that its unresolved status would continue to affect supply chain pressures. The White House has barred a trans activist from future events due to perceived inappropriate behavior. Rose Montoya shared a video on social media where she posed topless on the White House South Lawn during President Biden's Pride Month event. The White House criticized Montoya's actions as disrespectful. In the video, Montoya greeted President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden, advocating for trans rights. Montoya defended herself, stating that she did not violate any laws in Washington, D.C. The maker of the Instant Pot has filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection.
During COVID, the Instant Pot was a must-have kitchen gadget. The high-tech pressure cooker was the easy route to homemade stews, soups, and sauces. But since then, sales have nosedived, not just for Instant Pot, but for other items in the electronic multi-cooker devices category. Sales went from more than $750 million in 2020 to less than $350 million last year. Chicago-based Instant Brands, which also makes Pyrex glassware, is also the victim of higher costs and rising interest rates, like so many other businesses in the post-COVID world. I'm Richard Johnson.
I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we've really got a long, long way to go.
stay away. Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, yes indeed, as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Hey, hump day, here it is. 14th of June. Hey, real quick, like I mentioned, Bud Light no longer rules the American beer market. So who does? Modelo Especial overtook the brand as the top-selling U.S. beer in May, punctuating the months-long boycott of Bud Light that has literally reshuffled the beer industry. Modelo represented 8.4% of U.S. retail store beer sales in the 4 weeks ending June the 3rd, compared with 7.3% for Bud Light, according to the analysis of Nielsen data. Sales have tanked since April, and we all know the reason why. All right, let's see, what else? Bud Light sales were down about 24% in the week ending June 3rd compared to the same week last year. Other Anheuser-Busch brands also have taken a hit, including Budweiser and Michelob Ultra. I'm trying to remember, though, isn't Modelo Especial also an Anheuser-Busch product? I think it is, for what it's worth. Well, good morning, senor.
Good morning, senor. I have no answer to that question. I don't know. I don't drink that beer either. Oh, well, I tell you what, it is a inky black night out here in Williams, Arizona. The headlights only go so far, and if they ain't there, you ain't got nothing. 51 degrees. Well, I tell you what, everyone on the left is saying, well, it's just a picture on a can. What's the big deal? And likewise, I say, well, what was the big deal about Aunt Jemima, Uncle Ben's, and the little Indian maiden on the butter dish? At least they gave Uncle Ben's and Aunt Jemima a makeover to represent modern times, because they were screaming about that. So I don't know. It's about as bad as our local union there in New Mexico. They went rainbow color this past weekend, supporting the alphabet community.
Mm-hmm.
And we were talking about it there at the shop, and we're like, if Hoffa was still around, he'd probably just do a mafioso hit on some of these people. It's like, well, if you ain't got the balls to stand up and be counted as one of those that, disapprove of this, then you really don't need to have a pair. So I don't know. Times are changing, and I ain't liking it, and there's a lot of us that ain't liking it, but we're getting force-fed this crap. And, I mean, you don't really want to think about it, but, I mean, seriously, people, 2% make a decision to be different. And we have to go along with that? No. No, they can keep that to themselves. You know, I don't care what you do in the confines of your own home or behind closed doors, but don't spread it out in front of me and say you must accept it, because I don't have to accept anything. Oh, let's see here. Well, you pretty much covered the union and the Teamsters fighting it out.
Yeah.
My understanding is that the company always has cried, you know, if we don't get something from y'all, we're going to go under. And I have said this before, and I didn't have to have a union person come out and say it publicly, but, you know, it seemed like to me that it's just been mismanaged ever since the acquisition of Roadway. And then when they acquired Redaway and Holland and New Penn, I mean, you know, they have such a long history of losing, I don't think they understand what it means to win. You know, I don't even think they understand what a good business decision is. People hire on with the company for specific positions: line haul, P&D, dock, utility. You know, don't be changing the rules saying, well, 600 of y'all are going to have to become utility drivers, work on someone else's dock. No. When I get done driving, I'm tired. You know, whether it be 9 hours, whether it be 11 hours, my day is done. Even though they say, well, you still got time when you're 14. Well, you know what? I know there's going to be a lot of drivers that will extend that run all the way to the 14th hour and just say, well, I'm out of hours. I mean, and what good does that do?
Mm-hmm.
The company says, well, we're going to have the lower levels come up and make the change of being a utility driver. Well, that's nice. Well, what happens to those 600 other people that are forced on to be in a utility, and then they don't like it? They quit. You know, where is that going to go up? Is it going to go up, you know, towards me? For that, I hired on specifically to drive. You know, that was my job description when I hired on, line haul. So, I mean, they're just tearing themselves down. So, yeah, bad decisions perpetuated by other bad decisions from different people. I guess the company gets what they get. You know, I signed basically a contract with the company stating, if I work for you, I will give you the best service that I possibly can to get the freight to and from point A to point B safely. You know, no accidents, no nothing. It's going to be here, there, and back. And, you know, on the other side of that, I expected the company to live up to what they said they would offer. Good paying job with good benefits.
Mm-hmm.
And they're not living up to their side of the bargain for me, because when their decisions affect me, my pocketbook gets flatter, and I've still got bills that got to get paid. And I know there's others saying, well, go to another company already. Well, it sounds easy, but it ain't. You know, once you're in a company, you know, you're always hoping for the best. I always hope for the best. I probably need to set up for myself for the worst. So, anyways, enough of that nonsense. Well, did y'all happen to see the photographs I took off of I-15 earlier yesterday? Someone was trying to do an audition for the Fast and Furious.
I saw those. Yeah, I saw Was that a high-speed chase that ended there right in front of you or something?
Yes, it was. I heard the sirens go off and going right by me at a particularly fast rate of speed. My co-driver, he's seen it all. He said, my God, the gray car was just a getting it, and the motorcycle cop was just a getting it, and I guess they were going up El Cajon Pass, and when they finally topped it, and they finally had him cornered up against the damn barrier. And, I don't know why people would want to do that, especially during rush hour. I mean, it's not only them that are being inconvenienced when they get stopped. It's the rest of us that have to, bottleneck into one lane to get around that stupid stuff. But I guess it's inherent in all of us to try to emulate Hollywood and try to be that speed demon that can get away from the cops. I don't know. It's crazy. It's crazy. So yeah, I've seen that story about that 95 getting shut down. Man, alive, that really must have been hellacious heat up underneath there.
Yeah.
And I guess they found the remains of the driver.
Correct.
Do they have any idea what caused it? Medical episode or anything like that? Mechanical?
No, he was. I mean,
are they still investigating?
The video I shared that was it's a little bit grainy and it's from quite a distance, but it's a sharp ramp. It's like a ramp that goes under I-95 there, and he went in obviously too fast, and as soon as you see the truck going in, as soon as it's out of the picture, kind of under the overpass, the flames just immediately erupt under the overpass. So he took it too fast.
Well, that's too bad.
I mean, what I've heard over the years, right? When you're hauling liquids, horse feathers can vouch for that. When you're hauling liquids, you got to really be careful because that fluid all tries to move over to one side when you're in a turn.
Yeah. Well, even when they're baffled, you still have, it's going to go whichever way the center of gravity is. And,
yep.
Yeah, that's too bad. Well, I don't know. I'll tell you what, going through Arizona, all the rest areas are full to over full. With drivers trying to find a place to sleep, truck stops are all full up, and then even off on the side of the roads on the shoulders and whatnot, you'll see the occasional truck on the shoulder or on the get-on ramp or the get-off ramp. I mean, the one thing we've got a problem out here is respect for the other driver. We don't have enough places to park, and we get to the truck stop, we go in, get our fuel, come back out, and someone's already yelling at us to move from the fuel island. Well, hell, some folks are already pulled up to go do their 10-minute thing or whatnot. But we just need to have a little bit more respect for ourselves out here. And it's bad enough we have our own homegrown idiots out here. We really don't need to be importing anyone more who can't speak a lick of English. I always say, my friend, my friend, my friend. I don't know you from Adam, and you sure as hell ain't my friend, so stop calling me that, What is it that you want? Taking a damn bath in a toilet in the rest area or whatnot. I mean, anyways. Well, I guess I'm done ranting and raving. I just want to give a shout out to Miss Millie. She was kind of worried about me and texted me earlier today. So, Miss Millie, if you're out there, good morning. I heard Jim Monkey Gouger got bit by a dog yesterday.
Yeah, he did. That wasn't yesterday, a couple of days ago, but yeah, he shared that here.
A couple of days ago.
Yeah, it was several days ago.
Well, I was talking to Renegade, and then I was also talking to Gilligan, and they both said it must have taken that dog an hour and a half to lick its foot just to get the taste out of his mouth.
Yeah.
So, I don't know.
I hear you. You get that crap taste out of his mouth, right? Hey, we'll be back into
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, FlexMat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, 23 past the hour. So, Inbred Redneck, I guess he made it into his Dead concert, which is dubbed, I came across someone else locally, I guess it was there. That was a sold-out show, believe it or not. Dead and Company. I guess that's the new name, formerly known as the Grateful Dead. Dead and Company. June 13th, that was last night. In Cincinnati, Ohio. Yeah, when he sobers up, maybe he can give us a full report, right? What's going on, Philip?
Hey, buddy. How y'all doing today? Happy Hump Day.
Yes, doing well.
Hey, I worked for LTL for 15 years. I worked for union companies. I worked for mom and pop companies. I worked for a lot of different ones. But the one that the thing that gets me with this deal with Yellow is it's been tried over the years to have guys working on the dock and doing the driving as well. Roadway was synonymous for it down here in Florida. They had all these little satellite terminals all up and down the coast of Florida, and they would bring guys in and, you know, they'd go to pick their trailers up, and their trailers would be in the dock, and they'd have to load them and cross dock freight, do different things. But over the years, it just seems like to me, and I don't care what corporation I've worked in or how big or small, everybody's always tried to be creative with jobs and try to get more out of folks. And the problem is not the folks doing the work. It's the folks that try to figure out these solutions to make things better or make things more, you know, profitable for the company. I think those are the folks that need to be let go at Yellow. It isn't the guys like Heatwave and guys out there pounding the road doing what they need to do, as well as the guys working the docks that want to be a dock worker and don't want to be a driver. You know, those are the guys that are out there doing the work, the front line. I think the problem is in the office, and it's been that way for a long time with a lot of companies. It isn't just Yellow, it's a bunch of them. And what do you think, Steve?
Always looking to get more out of the employee without having to pay them more. That's pretty much what sounds like they're trying to do.
Absolutely. I know there's a term that everybody knows. We've heard it all our lives. It's called robbing Peter to pay Paul. And let me tell you what, when you half-heartedly do things, you're going to get half-heartedly work. That's pretty much how it works. You think about the time lost. What happens if a driver's driving, like, say, for instance, in heat wave situation there, he's going on a line haul deal and he's got to go to another city. And when he gets to the other city, he's got to break a trailer and go inside and do that. You look at the guys with Saia. The guys with Saia, they have to break their trailers down. All of them do. Yellow, there's a bunch of companies. What happened to the days when there was a guy out there called a hostler or a spotter? You know what happened with that? Well, no, now we got to cut his job out and we got to have our line haul drivers break the trailers with our sets. I mean, that was one of them. I mean, and now you're pushing it onto the dock. It's just a recurring thing. The problem is the folks that make those decisions are the ones that need to go. Because if you look at the pay rate for them folks, you could probably get away with hiring a few dock hands or hiring more drivers to put it away if you got rid of their thing. Now, they didn't get creative in that field now, did they?
Right.
You know, because it's going to cut their job out. And that's the thing that needs to happen with a lot of companies. It isn't just Yellow and, like I said, companies like that. There's a lot of companies out there that have that problem. So, and as far as horse feathers earlier was talking about the cranes and the rotators and stuff. Yes, there's a lot of that technology. It's amazing, but a lot of that stuff is engineered, especially with a crane when they bring a crane in. And the rotators are amazing, and those fire trucks are amazing. There's a lot of stuff out there, and the technology's come along. So, but I better get going now, buddy. I know you're getting ready for that news break again, and y'all have a good one. Thank you.
All right, yeah, hard to believe that news break is coming up here about a minute from now. And it's 844-844-3388. Earlier, a little bit, maybe right about the showtime when we got things started, about the midnight hour, Pappy sent me a little link, a little headline. And he's, in his comments, he said, kind of sound like the government knows something's about to happen. Headline he had was from the Messenger News, which reads, the U.S. is preparing evacuation plans for American citizens in Taiwan. Yes, and I've got the rest of the story on that, which we'll share that with you coming up. What's maybe coming down the pike is the question.
USA News update. Former President Trump has pleaded not guilty to all 37 charges he's facing surrounding his handling of classified documents. Outside the Miami courthouse, his attorney, Alina Habba, described it as an unprecedented occurrence.
Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden himself, retained possession of classified documents yet have not been prosecuted.
The indictment accuses Trump of storing classified information at his Mar-a-Lago residence. Food prices are up as of last month after dipping in the spring. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, prices at the grocery store went up 0.1% from April to May. If Alexa couldn't help you today, you weren't alone. After experiencing a widespread outage, it seems that Amazon Web Services are now operational again. The outage had a significant impact on various internet services and websites which rely on AWS for their functioning. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed. Welcome back in. When I caught this past evening, I thought the same thing. You know, we know tensions are high, right? U.S., China. According to the Messenger, the Biden administration preparing plans to evacuate Americans living in Taiwan, according to 3 sources familiar with the matter. Speaking on the condition of anonymity, a senior U.S. intelligence official said the Biden administration has been preparing such plans for 6 months. But it's really heated up over the past 2 months or so. The official added a heightened level of tension between the U.S. and China have propelled the administration's plans. It's nothing you wouldn't read in the news. He said forces building up, China aligning with Russia on Ukraine. Now, the preparations have been kept a secret because evacuation plans, regardless of urgency, make people nervous, particularly the Taiwanese government. Even talking about such a plan starts people thinking something may be going on, even if it's just prudent planning. According to a former State Department official, when asked about the reported plans to evacuate Americans, a Defense Department spokesman told American Military News in an email, quote, Secretary Austin and other DOD leaders have been very clear. We do not see a conflict in the Taiwan Strait as imminent or inevitable. He spoke about this most recently in Singapore and at length at recent HASC and SASC hearings. We would not be able to comment on non-combatant evacuation operation plans for a hypothetical invasion scenario. A State Department spokesperson told American Military News, this is not standard U.S. policy to evacuate American citizens from areas of conflict, but the department takes our responsibility for the safety of our citizens and personnel seriously around the globe and have routine procedures in place to ensure preparedness for any type of emergency. Like we were really ready there in Afghanistan, weren't we? Now, earlier this year, special operators from the U.S. Army Special Operations Command showcased their skills during a training exercise in preparation for potential aggression against Taiwan from China. Dubbed the USA SOC's Annual Capabilities Exercise, CAPEX. The training session simulated a mission involving the defense of Taiwan against a hypothetical Chinese invasion. The exercise marked the first time a Taiwan scenario was incorporated into the exercise, featuring a tangible mock-up representing the country instead of being positioned in the actual South China Sea, where Taiwan is graphically located. The 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment's Chinooks touched down on Range 68 at Fort Liberty, formerly known as Fort Bragg. So it is the likes of the Pentagon's job, we know, to prepare and be looking at any possible scenarios in various countries, potential conflicts, what the response would be. I mean, that's kind of their job, to be thinking ahead and not come to a position like General Milley and get before the microphone and say, I didn't see that coming. You're supposed to be prepared, but, well, there's Pappy. What's going on this morning?
Steve, you said magic words. Prepared. That's why I called, man. Been saying it for a long time, but man, I'm just telling you, pleading with your listeners and you guys to be prudent, right? Steve, our country's in a mess, and the Chinese know it, man. I mean, Steve, it wouldn't take much to start a civil war in this daggone country. That's how divided we are. That's what they want. It's not what we want. But they would love it if that happened. And the Chinese see this, man. They're not stupid. I'm just saying, man. 7th Fleet, keep your eye on the 7th Fleet. They're doing some things over there. Government might say, hey, it's not imminent. Might not be imminent. I mean, what do they call imminent? Weeks, months? I don't know. But I think if you ask the average, well, maybe not even the average American, they might not pay too much attention to all this. But, Steve, if I had to make a wager between now and 2024, next president, Steve, they're not going to wait to see what happens in November of 2024. So I'm saying, man, stock up on some canned goods, some water. If you have to get them 3 months food supply, the dehydrated food, that stuff stores for 25 years.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, it's about the same price as if you especially nowadays with inflation. it would behoove you all to be prepared. But yeah, man, Steve, I'm hearing some crazy stuff too about UFOs.
Oh yeah.
And we talked about that. Hold on a second. That Air Force top security guy, right? Telling the world that we got aircraft and we got aliens. We got their aircraft and we got their bodies too, and maybe some even that are alive. I mean, this guy came out, whether he's telling the truth or not. However, it's been confirmed that this dude is high up and is involved in some of that stuff. So, did the government wink and nod and give the okie dokie to let this happen? And let me ask you this, Steve. If this dude would have came out and said what he said, let's say 8 years ago, that would have been on every front page newspaper across this planet. George Norrie would have been having specials 24 hours a day for a month. The people that have been waiting and begging, but it didn't make no big headlines. And why not? I think people are skeptical, man. Bongino was taught. No, you know what? Nobody with any sense believes anything coming out of the government and the news media these days because of the way they have lied to us. Just don't believe it. But I'm hearing some chatter that you think they took our rights away when COVID hit.
Right.
Steve, if they claim that we're in trouble of an alien invasion, right? Lock this planet down. There's, you could say, man, Pappy's whacked out. He's really went over the deep end. But I am telling you, keep your eye on this, man.
Well, the House Oversight Committee is actually planning to have a hearing about the guy you were talking about that made those claims that we have an alien spacecraft. I mean, they're curious enough to want to know more.
Steve, I believe, my personal opinion, are we the only ones here in this universe alone? No other life forms? Come on. It's hard, And then there's that one person that, well, there has to be the first life form. And is that us? I just kind of find it hard to believe. I mean, too much stuff out there, too much stuff written on caves 10,000 years ago that just make you go, right?
Right.
So, I mean, it's possible, but could the government use this as a false flag, so to speak, to lock us down again, take control, total control? So be prepared for some false flags like that. I'll keep my ears open. Keep you informed. Hey, want to give a quick shout out. Prayers to Mary Ann. She's having a procedure done this morning, I believe. So let's hope everything goes well with her. And that's about it, man. I appreciate you taking the call. Good call from Q Ball there earlier. Got to listen to that, and I got distracted for a little while, but it's a good thing he's doing there, man.
Yeah.
Dude, he's something else.
Yeah.
I watched a couple of his videos, man. He knows what he's doing, when it comes to these big trucks. And let me tell you something, Steve. Putting them videos together the way he does, that's time consuming, man. I've made, videos like that and cutting that stuff, and especially when you put music to it, and man, it's time consuming. It takes some time to do all that. So kudos to him. So, all right, my man, I appreciate you taking my call, everybody. Be safe and hammer down.
Yeah, when we come back, I'll give you the rest of the story, where the Oversight Committee is wanting to know more about the claims of this guy. Like you said, he's way up there in the UFO intelligence community, and he says we have crashed craft, and we're looking to reverse engineer. I mean, really, it's essentially something straight out of the pages of the science fiction Independence Day movie. Remember, where we had the crashed alien craft, had it for years, and we're working to try to reverse engineer the darn thing. I mean, I don't know. Science fiction becomes reality. Would not be the first case scenario.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Sometimes we find ourselves delving into all kind of crazy, weird stuff, but I mean, this is legit what's going on. The powerful House Oversight Committee is in the early stages of preparing a hearing on UFOs in wake of the unconfirmed claims from a former intelligence official that we, the United States, has allegedly found crashed alien spacecraft. Now, the Pentagon says that's unsubstantiated. Of course they're going to say that. James Comer, the Oversight Committee chairman, was first asked about these claims by a News Nation reporter a Tuesday a week ago, and he said, I've heard about it. I don't know anything about it. We plan on having a hearing, though. In a subsequent statement to ABC News 1 week ago today, a spokesperson for the Oversight Committee, Austin Hacker, said, in addition to recent claims by a whistleblower, reports continue to surface regarding unidentified anomalous phenomena. The Oversight Committee is following These reports were in the stages of planning a hearing. Representatives Anna Paulina Luna and Tim Burkett confirmed on Twitter they will be leading the committee's investigation into UFOs. Of course, they refer to them as UAPs, unidentified anomalous phenomena. Spokesperson for the Pentagon said that the Department of Defense UAP Task Force, as it was called, reorganized since last year and is now called the AARO, the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office. Well, we've not discovered any verifiable information to substantiate the claims about crashed alien craft. To date, we have not discovered verifiable information that any programs regarding the possession or reverse engineering of extraterrestrial materials have existed in the past or currently. That was a Pentagon spokesperson. Now, though, I guess, is he a whistleblower? The former intelligence official, guy by the name of David Grush, stated that the government has a covert program focused on recovering debris from crashed non-human origin spacecraft and attempting to reverse engineer the technology. There's been no public confirmation of Grush's account, and a leading House Republican intelligence chairman, Mike Turner, also expressed skepticism about the idea. Grush has said he gave evidence of such a program to Congress and the Office of the Inspector General for the Intelligence Community, according to the debrief. Now, he said for a little more than 6 months, until July of last year, he was assigned to a UAP task force that was the predecessor of the now AARO program. He acknowledged to the debrief that his task force did not have access to the alleged program related to crashed spacecraft, but said he became aware of it through his work. Every decade, there's been individuals who've said the U.S. has such pieces of unidentified flying objects. Representative Turner of Ohio said when asked by Fox News about the claims, there's no evidence of this, and certainly it'd be quite a conspiracy for this to be maintained, especially at this level. I mean, you have to have a lot of people involved in that, right? All right, so there you go. As I typically say, cue the Twilight Zone. Well, 5-7 on board. What's going on?
Well, hey, listen, I know what I seen. I don't know what it was, Thompson, Georgia. Of course, Horsefeather pipes in and said he knew what it was, and he explained it to me. So he wasn't there. I had a guy, the front end loader, was over there, and he come running around the building. He was.
Hey, 5-7. Hello, 5-7. Did we lose 5-7? I think we did. Maybe the unidentified aerial phenomena got to him. Hey, who we got on board?
This is Vic.
Hey, hello, Vic.
You were talking about all that UFO things and all that. You realize you're not too far from the I guess you would say ground zero of that Wright-Patterson Air Force.
Right, which for years they've said they've had craft there, right? They said they've had aliens there.
Yeah, and that also, as you head down into West Virginia, there used to be the flightways that they would use to test different products and everything that they developed there at Wright Pat. So, but I don't have any question but what there have been people from other planets on this earth at various times, and our technology has kind of went by leaps. It would we're going to be back in the Stone Age, and then all of a sudden there would be this discovery, and we'd have a big leap forward, and it just kept going on and on like that. But what I really called about was this security thing. Did you get that email I sent you where I forwarded the one executive order that I was talking about last week that Obama created?
I did.
Tried to. Okay. Well, there's so much stuff in there, different rules and everything they had to follow, and I didn't realize that Obama had written several different executive orders, but I was regarding security classifications. But I had just read the one, and so that's why I sent that to you to clarify which one I was talking about. But in the Trump deal, they had 37 indictments, and if I read that correctly, one of the indictments was when an aide brought him a Diet Coke, and the aide happened to see some sort of a classified paper, and it's like, man, you talk about reaching for something. So it sounds to me like that they just came up with a lot of stuff and everything they could think of, they threw in there, and they're just hoping that one of them will catch. But the gist of it all was that under that Presidential Records Act, that presidents are allowed to take certain information with them, and then they're to discuss with the archives. And I thought Trump was in the middle of discussion with the archives.
And supposedly Trump said that the grand jury was never told about the Presidential Records Act. Hold that thought.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Former President Trump is back in New Jersey after Tuesday's arraignment in Florida. He pleaded not guilty to federal charges, accusing Trump of hiding classified documents. Trump stopped to greet a mostly friendly crowd at a Miami cafe after he left the courtroom, maintaining his optimism.
We're a nation in decline, and then they do this stuff. And you see where the people are. We love the people, and you see where they are. You see the crowds.
The only arrest at the Miami federal courthouse on Tuesday, other than former President Trump, was of a protester who charged his motorcade. Dominic Santana, a Cuban-American retiree, said he came to stand up to what he calls Trump's cult-like following.
This is a big joke. The circus. The judge that's appointed, he appointed her. What do you think is going to happen?
Miami police say they made no other arrests during the rally. Nearly 24 U.S. service members are injured after a helicopter accident in Syria. The military did not provide many details about the incident, but said 10 of the 22 injured were sent to medical facilities outside the region. It also reported no enemy fire was involved. Is the federal government buying data on you?
An intelligence report reveals that the U.S. government acquires and retains data on Americans with limited oversight. The report, issued by the Office of the Director of National Intelligence and partially declassified, highlights the utilization of commercially available data by federal intelligence agencies. Although the report is dated January 2022 and the author's identity has been redacted, it cautions that excessive reliance on such information could jeopardize the well-being of Americans. I'm John Schaefer.
A Tennessee congressman has filed articles of impeachment against President Biden Representative Andy Ogles saying current claims of influence peddling by the Bidens amounts to high crimes and misdemeanors. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
The White House says President Biden was not involved in the Justice Department's decision to indict Donald Trump for his alleged mishandling of classified material.
The president has been very, very clear. The Department of Justice is independent.
The administration has faced accusations from Trump and his allies. The DOJ has been weaponized to target Biden's political rival. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg is warning of pressure on the supply chain after the collapse of a section of I-95 in Pennsylvania.
He visited Philadelphia to see the damage today. Buttigieg says there's no substitute for the highway getting back up to full working condition and added that it would impact pressure on the supply chain until it's resolved. The road collapsed Sunday when a tanker truck caught fire under the highway, and it could be closed for months. I'm Lisa Taylor.
The Biden administration is rolling out an additional $325 million in security assistance for Ukraine as that country's war with Russia rages on. The funds are part of a presidential drawdown package, meaning the weapons and equipment will be taken from the U.S. military stockpiles. The package includes more rockets, artillery, armored vehicles, among other weapons and equipment. Disney and Pixar has high hopes for their new animated film, Elio.
Earth? Welcome, leader of Earth.
The story's about a boy who mistakenly gets identified as Earth's ambassador by Alien. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the wide ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All righty, thank you much. Get that final hour underway. All right, left off there talking to Vic.
Yep.
All right, welcome back, Vic.
Okay, thanks for holding me over. Whenever Happy was talking about all these divisive issues and everything, that was the other point that I wanted to make is years ago, the French intelligence agency, they broke down the whole plan that the worldwide communist movement had on how they were going to overtake America. And it basically said they would just keep going, dig up every divisive issue they could, and just keep Americans fighting amongst themselves until they had weakened the country to the point to where, as the communist world got stronger, they would just be able, to do the old thing about taking us over without firing a shot. And that's pretty much what has been happening recently. And with the Republicans fighting one amongst the other, and then the radical Democrats fighting against all of us, I'd have to say. So the odds of the Chinese actually making a military move towards Taiwan, I can't really, they'll keep the pressure on, but I can't see them making an overt move in that angle. But the one of the big divisive issues lately is this whole gay pride thing. And Biden always says follow the science. And the whole transgender and all that. Well, Steve, I don't know where all the endocrinologists were and everything, and I only had a couple of semesters of that and studying that. But there are weird things that does happen sometimes. A child is born with all the apparatus of one sex, but because of some sort of a damage to their cells or whatever, they secrete the wrong hormones. They secrete female hormones, even though they do have male equipment. It's a well-known medical condition. It can be addressed. They even know with this human genome thing, they know all this, but instead they're running around, trying to say that instead of making people have the correct hormones for the correct physical equipment, they want to run around and find people and basically put in these hormone blockers, which does what happens in very rare cases, to where that they will develop as the other sex, or they just put on clothes, or what we used to call transvestites. And I cannot believe how disruptive this has been to our society.
Yep.
And the other thing is the abortion deal. Whenever the Supreme Court just said, the federal government should be involved in this, you go back to states and figure this out. And we had all these states that passed way too restrictive requirements and everything, instead of saying, we need to study this out and get good legislation. Instead, they all ran in there and just passed the type of legislation that they knew was going to get a lot of kickback from the other side. And I really had to wonder why they were doing that. But that was what I can't understand is this whole plan that the socialist communist world has had to destroy the democratic institutions and government. It's been well known ever since basically the end of World War II. And they just keep falling for this and getting they bring up all these emotional issues. So it just kind of boggles my imagination. And the only thing I can figure out is Trump must have been getting close to somebody on all sides. I mean, they are totally obsessed with making sure that he never gets back in power. And my big thing is, what exactly is it about him that scares these people so much? I mean, there has to be something there. I don't know what it is. And real quick, on a totally different subject, on these trailers you were talking about, years ago, I was delivering new trailers because the Federal Highway Administration came out and said you had to put reflective tape. The old trailers, they didn't have much reflection on them. I guess they still have all that reflective tape on them, and I don't know how much of a role that played in these accidents where people ran underneath the carriage or anything of that nature. But if they don't have the right reflective tape, they will. And some of them, if people hit hard enough, they're going to go underneath it, whether they have the under-ride guards on it or not. And that, the whole deal. We've talked about that before. The low clearance trailers, they can't go every place. So. And real quick, like on Philadelphia there, I haven't ran up there in a long time. But anyway, before there was an I-95, there was a US 1 and a US 13 that goes up through Philadelphia, and US 1 was called Roosevelt Road, and that was a great big wide road. I don't know how they're going to, detour around that, but I'll be interested to see. I don't even know where the I-95 part is broke up, but I know going through downtown Philly, even on the interstate I-67 and the other ones there, that's a disaster anyway to try to get through there. And the other thing I was wondering is, you've seen those YouTube videos on Kensington Avenue.
Oh yeah,
somebody's more familiar with Philadelphia. I was just kind of curious, are they going to have to detour through that area or not? Because people see a part of the world that they haven't seen before. And I'll let you go there, Steve.
All right, yeah, you wouldn't want to have to detour through there. All right, it is 844-844-3388. What's going on, Sundance Kid?
Oh, not much, Mr. Summers. Hey, Horse Feathers called in a while ago, and he was talking about opening up shippers and receivers 24 hours a day, did he?
I think it was a hypothetical or just kind of a joking thing about, we're in a crisis situation in the Northeast to try to get the freight from point A to point B.
Oh, I didn't know. I didn't hear nobody laughing. I didn't know it was joking. But I called up about 2 months ago and suggested that would help clear up the parking problem. And you told me how stupid an idea that was, that it cost too much money to do that. So I didn't understand why you didn't rake him over the coals like you do me. The other thing is, I remember when Trump was in office and the Republicans were talking about you can't indict a sitting president, right? So Joe Biden's in the office, so we're not going to indict him right now, but y'all can get him when he gets out of office. But Trump's out of office, so we can indict him. Nothing wrong with that. Number three, I think I agree with Trump. He declassified the papers of our nuclear secrets, our battle plans going into war, how we would react. I think we should print those in the newspapers across the country. So since they're declassified, everybody should be able to see them anywhere around the world. Don't you think that would be a good idea?
That's a great idea.
So that the world know our battle plans?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, well, they're unclassified, so let's just print them out.
Yeah.
Would that be a good idea?
I'm 100% on board with you there.
Really? So you would want our military to be at a disadvantage because everybody knows what we're going to do, when we're going to do it, and how we're going to do it.
Yeah.
And our nuclear. Man. And another thing. I'll tell you the difference between
You know,
me as a Democrat.
Sundance,
and you guys as a Republican.
I just don't feel.
I never voted for Hillary Clinton. I would never vote for Hillary Clinton.
Well,
you guys will vote for Donald Trump.
I never voted for Hillary
You
Clinton.
guys will. Well, I never did either. But you guys will vote for Donald Trump.
Yeah.
I knew Hillary was bad news for this country. I never voted for Bill Clinton. But y'all will vote for Donald Trump, even though you know how sick he is.
Well,
That's
you know, the
difference
problem,
between
Sundance,
your
is
chief-
your idea of sick is the man did more for this country than any president
No,
in,
he
my,
didn't.
in my
Same as
lifetime.
politics.
Yes, you see, that's the idea of agreeing with you, Sundance, is because I don't feel like arguing with a moron. Simple as that. All right? Put that in your pipe and smoke it. But don't inhale.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
I meant to mention to Philip earlier in the space race, if NASA planning remains on the rails, politically, technically, financially, we, the United States, will put new footprints on the moon toward the end of 2025, a little over 2 years from now. That touchdown on a mission called Artemis 3 will be the first human landing on the moon since Apollo 17 stirred up the gray dust December of 1972. Artemis 3 will be the first of a number of human missions to the Artemis Polar Exploration Zone, the region poleward of 84 degrees south latitude. Selecting a safe, science-worthy landing region for Artemis 3 is quite the challenge, they say, but there's no doubt that great discoveries lie ahead. And one potential surprise could be detecting life on the moon. New research suggests future visitors to the lunar South Pole region should be on the lookout for evidence of life in super cold, permanently shadowed craters, organisms that could have made the trek from Earth. Now we're talking microbial life. Microbial life could potentially survive in the harsh conditions near the South Pole of the moon. One of the most striking things our team has found is that given recent research on the ranges in which certain microbial life can survive, there may be potentially habitable niches for such life in relatively protected areas on some airless bodies. Indeed, the lunar South Pole may possess the properties that can enable survival and potentially even episodic growth of certain microbial life. Earth has a history. It's possible that samples of Earth's history could be lurking in those sun-shy lunar craters. Small pieces of our planet might have been hurled to the moon as Earth meteorites, rocks blasted into space by powerful cosmic impacts. That's indeed a possibility, according to the Goddard Space Center. A lot of Twilight Zone stuff. Life on the moon? We've been looking for life on Mars for how long? But hey, 5-7, you dropped off like flipping a light switch. Welcome back.
I'm sorry about that. Okay, real quick. I don't know where I dropped off at, but I'll go back to, I seen something, and it was a headlight shape, and there was a tail light shape, and I can describe it only like the headlight ream and only the light, nothing around it, of like a 55 Ford. It was like an oval light. Yeah. It was real bright. The tail light was just like the 55 Ford. All right, now it was separated, and there was a real bassy hum. Now I'm looking up through these two lights, and I'm looking clear up to the night sky, perfectly clear night, and you can see the airliners moving along at 33,000 feet, 20,000 feet, and you can see the strobe lights on those airliners. I'm just sitting, and of course, like I said, I know what I've seen, but I don't know what it was. And the front end loader comes around there, and he was acting real strange. And I said, "Did you see?" He goes, "I seen it, but ain't nobody going to call me crazy. I ain't going to talk about it." So that was it. Now there's scripture. It talks about visitations. If you want to put it that way, it talks about the sons of God looked upon the daughters of men, seeing that they were fair. This is off the top of my head, so any misquotations, I'm sorry. Saw they were fair, and they mated with him. God wasn't real happy about that. Now they're saying that Goliath and the giants came from that union. And here, last week they were saying whatever landed in Vegas was 6 foot tall. So I don't know. We'll throw it there. Part about the track. Can't do nothing about it around here. All right, you got John the Baptist on the Isle of Patmos. He said he didn't know if it was in the body or out of the body. And when he was brought out, he believes he was brought into our end times. And the way he was talking about it, it's been referred to, he probably seen cars and trucks, and he would relate it to the things that he would know. So they look like monsters, So there's scripture that talks about, hey, you driver, you might be going down the road, and all of a sudden John the Baptist is sitting in the seat next to you. That's all I got to say. If he's out of the body, then he's looking around the cab and looking at the lights. Shut up out there!
Coming through.
No, I'm not sitting on the freaking track. Yeah, and always, if you are broke down on the track, you look for that little blue sign, and it's a felony if you get hit on the track. So, right. Back to what I was saying. There's scripture that it could be. Bottom line. If I get asked about all this stuff, I said, look at all the different universes. I don't know. God didn't tell us everything. All I know is how I treat you. He gave me a line on how I treat you, and how we treat each other and look after each other, and don't fester evil in our hearts, you know, and accept the Lord Jesus Christ and get covered under his blood so we can make it back to the Father. So other than that, that's all up to him. There's a lot of stuff out there I couldn't explain. And there's a lot of stuff out there that scientists claim they can explain, and now they can't, like male and female.
Right. Right.
So,
oh man,
we live in a wonderful time. I tell you, I can't believe it. Hey, and other than that, little green still sitting here in the shop, and she got part of her rear end ripped out. And, had both my girls. One, I had her in the shop, and I had my wife up at the doctor, and I guess they were all dealing with rear end issues. So what did I say?
Hey, one quick question for you.
Yeah.
How much money would you need to say that you feel rich?
I feel rich now because I can go to the store and buy what I need, and I don't have to have a shopping list. I've got about, I can say honestly say I probably got about 4 months income set back. So when you can go out and, you know, buy what you need and not worry about not having enough money, to me that's rich. I guess that's, hey, I've been to 53 different countries in the Navy, and that young man today in Africa, we were going to South Africa. We were going to a ball they were having. We were all invited. They had us in a Mercedes bus, and I seen a young man get up, darn near naked, in just a lap cloth. His wife only had just a little lap cloth. His children, a little toddler, and one on the breast. And he was walking into town with thousands of others. And they had to find work in that town so he could buy a fish to feed his little family.
Mm-hmm.
So I will never, never, never say I was poor. That young man gave me a gift that day, and I pray for him daily, and pray every time, or at least every time it comes to my mind.
Right.
So,
well, that's an interesting answer, because I'm going to get more. I mean, you might be surprised how much money people think they would feel rich if they had. But believe it or not, 70% of people say for them, you know, wealth means not having to stress over money. Pretty much what he just said. You got enough to where you can live your life and take care of business. Hold that thought, because we're up to the news break, but we'll come back with the rest of the story here on a Wednesday hump day, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News update. Former President Trump has pleaded not guilty to all 37 charges he's facing surrounding his handling of classified documents. Outside the Miami courthouse, his attorney, Alina Habba, described it as an unprecedented occurrence.
Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden himself, retained possession of classified documents that have not been prosecuted.
The indictment accuses Trump of storing classified information at his Mar-a-Lago residence. Food prices are up as of last month after dipping in the spring. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, prices at the grocery store went up 0.1% from April to May. If Alexa couldn't help you today, you weren't alone. After experiencing a widespread outage, it seems that Amazon Web Services are now operational again. The outage had a significant impact on various internet services and websites which rely on AWS for their functioning. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9-ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigRigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
How much would you need in the bank to feel that you were, rich would be the word? Americans say having $2.2 million in the bank would make them feel wealthy. That's according to the Charles Schwab Modern Wealth Survey released this past day. Now, nearly half, about 48% of the adults surveyed said they already feel wealthy today, even though they have, on average, a net worth of just over $500,000, like a quarter of their aspirations. More significantly, survey found that Americans ascribe non-monetary values as feeling affluent. 70% say enjoying experiences, one way that they define wealth. 69% say being wealthy also means having a healthy work-life balance. Just over a third define good fortune as being generous with loved ones. 63% say the definition of wealth is being in good health. 62% say it's enjoying healthy relationships with loved ones. Now, as I mentioned there, money and the finer things in life are also associated with prosperity. 70% saying wealth to them means not having to stress over money. 30%, there are those out there that say living an abundant life means owning nice things or having more money than people they know. 38% said being wealthy means having a lot of money. 40% say it can be defined as having a higher salary. So according to the managing director, head of the investor services at Charles Schwab, Americans today aren't as worried about keeping up with the Joneses. More importantly, most understand they can be happier with fulfilling life experiences and relationships, even if they have less money. How about that? There you go. Yep, just not having to stress over money. Without $1 million or $2 million. You can't take it with you when you're gone. There's Bass Ackwards. What's going on?
Oh, Steve, I hope I don't lose my signal going down in the hill here in Albuquerque, out here in Esteresical land. I would say good morning, but I would say ask you how you're doing, but it kind of brings back memories. I was sitting here thinking, I can remember, we go way back. I can remember, you starting out with your dad doing a weekend show.
Yeah.
That goes way back.
Yeah.
And your dad finally cut you loose and went to day shift. Every once in a while I get to listen to day shift. Well, actually more because my wife does the night driving, and every once in a while it gets turned over. Like now I get to do a little night driving, done put her to bed, and I get to do a little night driving. That's why I'm calling in. But I can remember back in the day, I guess sometimes your dad, he was a diabetic, right?
Correct.
Yeah, I guess sometimes it kind of got the best of him. He got a little irritable, and after about 15, 20 calls, people calling in, how you doing, Bose? How you doing, Bose?
Next person.
I'm doing good. I'm doing good.
Next person that asks me how I'm doing, I'm going to blow your ass up.
And I think it was Doc on purpose. I can't remember, but I bet it was Doc. But he blew his ass to smithereens, you know what I mean? I don't know if you was there for that show. I can't remember the time frame if you was there, but I think that's when he was on his own show.
There were plenty of occasions when I was working with him, producing for him when he was working nights. It was kind of a pet peeve. If you ask me how I'm doing, well, it's just human nature when somebody picks up the phone and say, "Hey, what's going on?" or "How you doing?"
Right.
It's just. He said, once I've said it 10 times, don't ask me again.
I laughed so hard I couldn't hardly drive. But anyway, Crossville News. My town's in the news the other day, Steve. Oh, yeah. Tornado hit Crossville, Tennessee.
Oh.
I don't think it was a big one. The little bit of video I did get to look at on my Facebook page there. It was in plain sight. It was a tornado. I guess it hit Stone Peak over there, a little ceramic tile place. Big new house, new construction, up in construction, building the new house. Feel sorry for them. Almost got her done, but I guess tornado took her down. Other than that, took a roof or two off. It wasn't really anything significant, but got lucky on that one. Anyway, what else? Why did I call you, Steve? Well, since my mind is thinking about politics here, what's the Sundance Kid, the guy that called in?
Yes.
Well, probably ain't going to make his night, but I want to ask him something. Why would you watch a newscast that will tell you one story, only one story? Now, I heard from Fox News today. I listen to Newsmax and the other one too, but I don't listen to CNN. I don't tune over there. I don't know what the hell they're talking about, but just to get bits and clips from Fox News, I heard them say today, they don't even talk about the documents spread all over the damn place that Biden had. They don't mention it. They don't mention the Hunter Biden laptop. Just act as if it doesn't exist.
Correct.
All they're harping on.
I shared
is
earlier.
every damn thing.
I shared
Go ahead.
earlier the top news networks. I have the numbers here. They spent a total of 291 minutes covering Trump's scandals. This is just June the 8th through the 12th. And this is ABC, CBS, and NBC. 291 minutes talking about Trump's scandal and zero minutes, all three networks, 0 minutes, anything about the Biden scandal. They do not discuss it.
Would that label them as indoctrination? I mean, come on. If they can't mention the other side, they're indoctrinating people. I mean, if I was listening to CNN and I heard bits and pieces about my side doing something like that, I'm sure he's not stupid. Somewhere along the line, someone's got to tell him about the situation of Biden. If he doesn't hear it on his news network, he's got to hear it through the grapevine somewhere that on his side is doing the same thing, but in a much worse case situation. He's got to know it. He's got to know it. So he should be thinking to himself, why isn't my news organization telling me the other side of the story? Why am I hearing one story? Something's not right here. That would tell me that I'm not getting the full story. I'm only getting one side. So I would say to myself, I need to check out the other side. I'm being indoctrinated here. Wouldn't you think that, Steve?
I would certainly think so. But, I mean, and as much as I'm angry with Fox News in regards to silencing Tucker Carlson and all, yeah,
Absolutely. I am too.
They're talking about the Trump scandal and they're talking about the Biden scandal. I mean, at least you're getting some of both sides.
Right. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Fox News lately either. When they got rid of Carl Tuckerson, and I think that was the best, most interesting show that they had going for him. I think he had more ratings than any of them.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. The whole network has taken a big hit since they let him go.
That whole organization is starting to go downhill because, from what I hear, Murdoch's son has taken over, and he's liberal, and it's changing. So I do, when I'm home, I do watch a lot of Newsmax. So I'm kind of pissed off at Fox News too. And here's another thing that bothers me. To you Democrat voters out there, it's up to you to dig deep and look into what you're listening to. Get both sides of the story. Think about this, Steve. If you wanted to put someone in place to be an enemy, say a leader that's really high up there, like President Joe Biden, what would you want to do? What would you want done when you put that individual into office that can make some big changes in the country? I think I would put somebody in there that would want to do what China would want them to do, bring burden to the country, bankrupt it, so we will be defaulted on all of our debts, and China becomes number one. Their dollar becomes number one, whatever you call it. Not yen is another name for it.
The yuan, yeah.
Yeah, they become number one. I would open up the borders, let everybody all over the world come in. That would put a strain on our hospitals, our schools. Debt, the damn debt's definitely going to go up higher. You know that. I don't know. That's not been mentioned. They're not going to raise the debt for a while. McCarthy, they're going to do it temporarily, but they're going to save. I don't know how they're going to save. All those people coming across the border is not going to be free. Somebody's got to pay for it. And based on their past history, we always borrow money. We don't never pay off or pay back. We always borrow money. Okay, I'll put a man in there that would come across that border, let everybody come across that border. That would be one. Another, I would deplete our military. A lot of our weapons are going to Ukraine. Now, what I've been hearing, it's going to take 10 damn years to replenish that. Am I right? Some of those weapons, especially Javelin, it's going to take 10 years. And now I hear that we don't even have the industry that's in that field that can replace that. The industry that would replace it if we had it. But we don't have that. I would drain my strategic oil reserves, wouldn't you? If I wanted that man in there to do that. That's what Biden has done, so how would we replenish our aircraft carriers, our airplanes in the sky, our tanks? How about if we had an emergency? Somehow they knock out our electricity. You know? What are we going to do? I would put a man in there to do every bit of that I just mentioned if I wanted to bring this country down.
So it's almost
that man right there.
It's almost like if I were the devil. Remember, Paul Harvey did that. What we've got, and it's does it seem to you like this is almost being intentionally done to destroy this country?
It goes in line with everything Joe Biden is doing, and just to top it off, here is Biden making deals with the devil, with China. He's mentioned in there. Russia's mentioned in there. Ukraine's mentioned in there. Romania's mentioned in there. You know, it's kind of ironic, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And this man seems like he's the perfect guy to put in there. He's making deals with China, and all this is going down. And here we are fighting one another while China is growing and growing. China is like the lion behind the bush, watching us destroy ourselves. The lion behind the bush is watching two deer out there, locked up in horns, vulnerable, can't do anything. Easy prey. The lion makes his attack. China is the lion. We are the two bucks locked up, trying to fight one another, getting nowhere. And China's going to conquer. That is where we're at today. China keeps building. They're going all over the world. These poor countries. Hey, you need some roads? You need money? We'll do this for you. We'll put roads in here. We do this. Before you know it, China says, okay, I gave you a loan. I want my money back. Can't do it? Okay, this is ours. Putting up bases all over the world. And what are we doing? Fighting about these stupid documents that Trump has. Biden has the same documents in a much worse case scenario. We're in trouble. I mean, deep doo-doo. And these people that's coming across the border, there's going to be catastrophic chaos across this country. People think I might be a conspirator, but I'm a realist. I can see this. I mean, why are they here? Why for the first time that we have all these Chinese men coming across their border? And a lot of these men are loaded with money. Where the hell did they get this money? They got it from China. They're setting up the spy organizations. The terrorists are coming in from other countries. And sooner or later, Steve, this rat nest that they're setting up, they're coming out. They're coming out against it. You're going to see the chaos on the streets, the chaos on the interstates. It's coming sooner or later. I think the good days are behind us, unfortunately. I hate to sound pessimistic, but that's just the way I read into it. Maybe some people think I'm really way out there. I'm a conspirator, but I think sooner or later this is coming back to bite us in the ass. And what I don't understand, another thing I don't understand that pisses me off, I hear bits and pieces like, okay, the Durham report. Adam Schiff was lying. A bunch of other people was lying. Okay, if they're lying, why ain't they in prison?
Yep.
You know, why ain't they in prison?
And why?
Because that is, to me, is same as a coup.
Yep. And
Go
why?
ahead.
And why would Durham, in his report, with knowing that what was transpiring, that all these individuals knew they were basing their inquiry on false information, they knew that none of it was legitimate, and then Durham says he wouldn't change the way the FBI does their tactics. Something's got to change.
Right. Why did they get a free out of jail card? Okay, if I done something wrong, you done something wrong, you pay the price, Steve. You lose your job if you done something wrong. Something seriously wrong, you lose your job. I mean, you didn't do nothing wrong on that other show.
Right.
I don't care to mention the frickin' damn call letters. I would not do that because they pandered to the damn snowflakes, didn't they? That's what that was all about. But anyway, I don't know where I lost my... Anyway, if that's the case, why don't Adam Schiff and the rest of that bunch that come up and created this frickin' false dossier, why ain't they arrested? That's the same as a coup. They tried to change the election. That is a serious offense. But no, and a lot of times, politicians that do get caught, oh, okay, I resign. So it's done. It's out the window, no problem. They can just resign and be done. Hell, man, you'll go to jail if we done something like that. I mean, things need to change in this damn government. You just can't go out and do what you want and say, okay, I resign. Wait a minute. There's a little bit more to that here. This is serious crime. Your ass needs to go to jail like we would. Things need to change in this country. But I think, I think our kids nowadays, the parents, instead of watching their kids and teaching them things, they need to teach them a little bit about politics and God, but they put a damn cell phone in front of their face. Here is the babysitter, they can get on the internet and look at anything they want to look at. They're not learning the basics. They need to tell them what the hell's going on around them, what the hell's happening in this country, because sooner or later they're going to wake up and say, what the hell is this? Do you know what a Republican and a Democrat is? No. Well, maybe you should have got your ass out of the phone. But you know what? Parents' fault. They don't teach their kids enough. I said these little kids now, 7, 8 years old. Oh, I'm getting my little granddaughter one of those new cell phones, one of the good ones, an Apple. Stuff like that. They don't need expensive phone. They need the kids are real young, they need a phone where they can call home. Or if they get in a bad situation, they don't need nothing like the internet until they get older. They get 17, 18 years old, and they can afford their own phone, let them get internet.
Yeah.
But, all right, I got off about 15 different subjects there, but I just want to say good morning, and I'll get the hell off here and let somebody else have a chance.
All right. Bass backwards. We don't have a lot of time left. Happy Hump Day. There's Truck and Phil on board. Good morning to the Hot Shot Secret Nation, the great product of Staybill. So you're warming up a little bit. 72 Fort Wayne, 74 in Sterling Heights today. All right, real quick, let's see. Vic, you forgot something. COVID hearings?
Yeah, Steve, Jim Jordan is having COVID hearings today in the United States, and then I switched to the international news, and they're having the same hearings over in UK, basically about all the misinformation that was officially put out about saying that these shots would do all the things that they wouldn't do, as far as not transmitting to other people and all this other stuff. And I was going to mention that before, but anyway, there are still people that are saying we need the truth about the COVID, and one of the reasons might be is you've heard of the Nipah virus. Africa is really having an outbreak of that, and that's a very deadly virus because they're eating the fruit after the fruit bats have ate on it, and that's another thing. So we might have another disaster coming down the road there if the Democrats need it. So they're trying to have these hearings, I think, to have a better response next time.
Yeah, I see Dr. Walensky she's stepping down. Now, she's the one that was the director of the CDC throughout that whole pandemic. I think she was supposed to testify yesterday. But yeah, the subcommittee in a news release said the policy decisions under Walensky's watch, and I quote, wreaked havoc on American society and in many cases were not based on facts or data, rather than following the science and adapting to global trends. The CDC put American lives at risk with conflicting language, burdensome guidance, and reached dubious policy conclusions. This subcommittee has spent much of their time since the Republicans gained control of the House investigating the origins of the pandemic. Their last hearing back in May was on how COVID policies affected mortality rates at nursing homes. A successful public health response requires public confidence, according to the chair of the select subcommittee. Fully investigating any policy failures and inaccurate messaging promoted by Director Walensky and her colleagues at the CDC during the pandemic will ensure that trust in our public health authority gets restored. Our goal is to successfully prepare the country to address a future pandemic. Learning from the mistakes of the public health officials at the highest response levels will be essential towards accountability. Walensky, again, testified this past day, but at the same time, though, we just signed on to this deal with the World Health Organization. We're not going to be making our own decisions when the next pandemic rolls around anyway. We're going to be under the foot of the World Health Organization. But that's another entire program. We could talk that. But we got to get out the door here. Thanks for being with us. Have a safe hump day. We'll see you back at the midnight hour Eastern time tonight.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.